गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशितिकण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरदर्शिनि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि किल्बिषमोषिनि घोषरते धनुजनिरोषिणि दितिशुकरोषिनि दुर्मथतोषिनि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते
Hello. Hi guys. Let me know if the audio is coming fine. Thanks for joining the live stream in the middle of the night on a Saturday night instead of partying around. I have some tricky things to discuss today about the book, mainly because I'm not supposed to be discussing this book basically publicly, but I'm not exactly discussing the main shlokas or mantras. I'm just discussing the gist, the introduction sections, which is about 93 pages long. So that is long enough for a live stream. And if we are done with that within like 1.5 hours or 2 hours, I don't know how long it will take. So after that, we will either do Brahma Puran or we will do a reaction video on probably one video I've been planning for a long time. Romila Thapar with Karan Thapar, brother sister together. But that has copyright concerns. So let's see how long this takes. দাদা হিতোপদেশ বইটাকে চেষ্টা করে দেখতে পারো। হ্যাঁ, হ্যাঁ, একদিন না একদিন করবই। নট ইয়েট। আপাতত ব্রহ্মপুরাণ শেষ হোক, হিস্ট্রি অ্যান্ড ইন্ডিয়ান ফিলোসফি শেষ হোক লাইভ স্ট্রিমের জন্য, তারপরে আর কি। I need to ask you guys, how many of you all here are actually okay, I'll tell this story later. Let some more people join. After that, I'll ask you guys. Okay. Okay. If more people don't join, we will continue anyway, obviously. So first, I hope you guys really buy this book, okay? Because it's a absolutely beautifully produced book. See how nice the publication seems to be. Okay, it's all great page quality, beautiful cover quality, see all shiny matte finish. These are golden letters, so it really makes you want to pick up the book and start reading it. Only on some pages the print is a little light. The black lettering is a little light, but the font size is absolutely beautiful. It really helps you concentrate anyway. And other than that, the page material, the page thickness is absolutely beautiful, absolutely ideal for long hours of reading. Okay. And this interestingly has been translated and commented upon by someone called Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati. She is a woman from Chandanagar in West Bengal. She was born in 1953, and she then became a sannyasi. I don't know how these things happen. I was meaning to ask some other people as well, or people like Odin who seem to know a lot of these things and who have taken some diksha. What kind of families do these backgrounds have? I mean, I don't know how does this work. Do they one fine morning tell their parents that I want to become a sannyasi, or do their parents say, see, these are our great Hindu texts, do you want to pursue these further, do you want to become a sannyasi? How does this work? How does a kid become a sannyasi? Uttisha Bharat, I actually asked a Bengali teacher I know. There is no such word called Swamini. The word is Swami only. It's a gender neutral word. No, this is not a book cover review. I will get into the introduction section, but this is a 2013 Golden Jubilee edition, and this has been published out of Bihar, so that was pretty interesting. Bihar, which we think is extremely bad and sucks at their job at everything. Look what a beautiful book they have made. It's called Bihar Yoga Publications Trust, Munger, Bihar, India. Okay. So since 5 or 6 people have joined, now tell me how many of y'all are absolutely believers. Okay, y'all are not remotely atheists. I really want to ask you guys this, because um, even not agnostic, and not even people who are on the border, or a little iffy like me. Like I think there is something called a supreme consciousness. There are some issues with vibrations, but how many of you all here believes that these mantra chantings can actually gain you some results? Or you believe when you are worshipping in front of an idol, that god or goddess is actually listening to you at that point when you are worshipping to that god or goddess? Okay, how many of you all are like that? Okay, because I want to tell you something that happened today, and these can be easily brushed off by an atheist as coincidences. I would be happy to call them coincidences, but two coincidences, and at the same time, and actually there are three parts to this coincidence. Okay, Praful, is that Bharat? I don't read Hindi that well. I believe in Kriya Yoga as described by Vivekananda. I don't know what that is. Kriya means action, I guess. In the story of Swami Chinmayananda, he simply told his parents one fine morning, like you mentioned, and went to sannyas. That won't happen in the modern times, I guess. So when this book arrived and I unpacked it, I had no plans of reading it. Okay, and I took it out of the box and just took a picture of it, and then I planned to keep the book on my bookshelf. I thought I'll read the preface a little, but sometime later, because I had just woken up when the book arrived. But um, I kind of felt drawn towards it repeatedly. I was repeatedly picking it up, checking out some of the pages and keeping it down, because I absolutely had no time to read it at that moment. And again, I kept picking it up and reading a little bit, going through the chapters, and again I kept it down, because I was about to brush my teeth and go about my day, but I something was pulling me towards this book, okay, repeatedly, and I had to okay, I was inclined to read it repeatedly. And secondly, something interesting happened. I have to cast a screen for that. Okay, let me show you what happened. When I posted this on Instagram that I have bought this book and I plan to do a live stream on it, someone pinged me in my comment section, said that have you since this book is on tantra, someone asked me that have you watched any podcast by Sri Rajarshi Nandi? So I have watched his podcasts on beer biceps. So I said, yeah, I have watched. So then he sends me something in the inbox of Instagram DMs, and incidentally, that link was generated just a few hours back only, where this is what is happening. This is a promotional page for an event that is going to go on. Check this out. See what are they going to discuss. Bhairav Dharan or Dharana, which is basically what has been described or discussed in this book only. Okay, that is a huge coincidence. Okay, Sri Rajarshi Nandi is going to discuss this, and इसका वो promotional poster आज ही release हुआ. And secondly, there's a page on Instagram called Ushijo. Okay, let me show you what they posted today. Just when I posted this on Instagram, after that, immediately these things came to my timeline, and it's not because of algorithms. Okay, I forgot to actually mention that it's a book called Sri Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, but also even AI picks up on the picture as well. No, so maybe the picture saw it's a book on that. So but the coincidence part is that they also this book selling channel called Ushijo, they also posted this just a few hours before I received this book. Check this out. So they posted this: how does God help us with our problems? So they are releasing a new book. Okay, they then the person who has posted this from the team of Ushijo, they write a few of their own experiences, and then they say this is the book they are doing. This is basically a boiled down version of the Sri Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. That is the coincidence. Check this out. Just a few hours before I received this book. In addition, this book contains multiple meditation techniques from Vigyan Bhairav Tantra and answers to many questions of Sanatan Dharma. So that is the interesting part. Okay, Audin is saying Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is only one book on Bhairav Tantra. I see. What are the others called? Okay, now I'll start discussing the introduction part. I believe the mantras works, but not in the way general people think. Okay, in what way? Okay, Nina is saying I unfortunately don't know how to do proper puja outside a temple, but I chant the bhajans I am taught whenever I want to. I keep a Ganesh idol, Mata Saraswati, and Mata Vaishno Devi picture with me. Because I'm traveling, I store my Hanuman Chalisa and passport together. There isn't any temple nearby where I am, but I go regularly to one Gurudwara near me. Oh, nice. বিজ্ঞান ভৈরব কিন্তু খুব গোপনীয় বই। হ্যাঁ, সেই জন্যই আমি বাকি বইটা ডিসকাস করব না। only I'll discuss the introduction part because it's a secret. It's supposed to be secret. It's supposed to be your personal connection with whatever you learn from here, and it's supposed to be about your growth. You're not supposed to be going around indiscriminately letting everyone know about what you are learning or what you are growing, because they're personal things. What you will feel and what you'll realize about yourself. That is the claim of the book. But this was written in the 700s or 800s AD or C, sometime like that, and now it has been translated back in 2010 or 2013 by this woman, Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati, and she was a disciple of a person who wrote the preface of it. We'll read all of that. Swami Satyanand. Therefore, her name is Satyasangananda, because she was in under learning under that person, that man, and that man was actually his name has been also mentioned. His picture has also been given here. Dedication. In humility, we offered this dedication to Swami Sivananda Saraswati, who initiated Swami Satyananda Saraswati into the secrets of yoga. Now let me start this book. Let me just put up a cover here. Like it's a magical hocus pocus thing. Bihar Munger School of Yoga, the best of all to learn the direct Patanjali Darshan. I see. In my personal sadhana with Bhairav, there are 9 gurus around the country. They will find you if you want to find them. Okay, let's see what are the things discussed here. We will discuss everything. Preface, introduction. The introduction is about 93 pages only. So, about the author a little bit, let's know about her as well. I initiated the author, Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati, into sannyasa in the year 1982. All the knowledge she has gained in this short time about the spiritual sciences, their profound philosophies, as well as untold practices, has not been through a process of intellectual study, but through an unfoldment from within. Her intellectual growth and subjects of study prior to sannyasa were in no way related to this subject, yet she astutely mastered each and every aspect of this complex knowledge as if it were her natural heritage. This should be a pointer to others, as it affirms the proclamation of my Guru, who said to me in the early years of my ashram life, quote, "You do not have to bring the light from outside. Work hard and purify yourself. The light will unfold from within." End quote. Others before and after him have also said this. So this woman who translated this book is actually alive even now, and she has some a lot of videos on YouTube as well. She is insanely fluent in English. Her English pronunciation is better than me. but she's from Chandanagar. I don't know when she learned English. The life of a sannyasin, although she's born in 1953 and she turned a sannyasi in 1982, so maybe she had some profession or whatever education she was pursuing until she was 29 years old. After that she became a sannyasi, so maybe because of that. The life of a sannyasin should be dedicated to two goals. The first is to live in the service of others, and the second, to arouse in oneself the experience of transcendental knowledge. If one does not work towards this end, sannyasa becomes hypocrisy and a sham. Great. Actually, a lot of people say that Yogi Adityanath cannot be called a sannyasi because he's enjoying so much political power, comfort, AC fan hai, ityadi. But actually, if these two are the criteria for a sannyasi, is it really wrong to call him a sannyasi or yogi? Because service of others arouse in oneself the experience of transcendental knowledge. So we don't know if he's experiencing arousing him in himself the experience of transcendental knowledge or not, but at least he's doing things in service of others. If one does not work towards this end, sannyasa becomes hypocrisy and a sham. Swami Satyasangananda has been sincere to both these ideals of sannyasa. Therefore, this work is much more than a translation of Vijnana Bhairav Tantra by a student or scholar of Tantra. It is a work based on the personal experience of a sannyasin who has dared to uphold the lofty values of tyaga, renunciation, vairagya, non attachment, and samarpan, surrender. These are the kavach or armor of sannyasin with which he marches ahead towards the fragrance of Atma Anubhuti or self realization. Okay, here to learn is saying in Yamala Tantra, which has the Adya Stotram, which the temple beside my home plays every evening. It describes the geography of Bharat, which Devi is worshipped where. You must read, I see. Kapura Gauram Karunavataram. Isn't it Karpura Gauram? যোগী আদিত্যনাথ সম্প্রদায় থেকে আসে, ওনাদের সম্প্রদায়তে অতি বৈরাগ্য না থাকলেও চলবে। I see. Okay, Shreyash Kulari, hi, I am late, I'm traveling now. Yeah, but Shreyash, we are not discussing the entire book, just the introduction sections, because it's basically banned, prohibited in the book itself. It is a bit complicated with Yogi ji. Okay, which lineage she is from? She is from the lineage of Bihar Yoga School of Munger. Um Swami Sivananda Saraswati. His disciple was this woman's guru, Swami Satyananda Saraswati, and her name is Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati. Karpura, yeah. Okay, now the preface. I haven't read these part. Now these are my absolutely live reactions. Basically, I have just meddled through the pages a little. Let's see. I'm excited. The knowledge of history, geography, astrology, astronomy, languages, and other subjects that we study is recorded in their respective texts. Similarly, the knowledge of the mind and consciousness is recorded in the texts of Tantras, Vedas, and Puranas. These texts are written in Sanskrit, which was the language of their time, but this factor now limits the access to information contained within them to a very small minority who know that language. However, there are students of the science of the mind who have studied the texts and explained them in modern languages so that sincere seekers can avail themselves of this valuable information. This is not an easy task as these texts are written in a coded and abbreviated way, which only the discerning and enlightened can shed light on. On account of this limitation, very few texts are available today that elucidate these ancient forms of spiritual knowledge. It is often said that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And also, when the time is right, conditions conducive to spiritual dissemination arise. In that sense, the subject of dharana or concentration, which is the theme of Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, is most relevant today. Spiritual seekers in the world over who have maintained personal disciplines for the evolution of consciousness are now in need of this knowledge. For this reason, the time is now ripe to introduce the tantric system of dharana as it was practiced by the ancients. Of course, the techniques of dharana are not new to practitioners of meditation, yet Very few are aware of the full scope of the tantric system and its application. Whether one is a materialist or a spiritualist, it is important to realize that the practice of dharana is most vital for progress in all spheres of life. Even the materialists pay homage to energy because they realize that this whole world is nothing but play of energy. The materialists exploded the atom through a physical process in order to harness its immense energy for the benefit of mankind. In the same way, the practice of dharana explodes the atom of energy within the mind through a spiritual process so that it can be harnessed to accelerate the evolution of individual consciousness. For this reason, dharana is as valuable as the nuclear sciences and should therefore receive the same recognition and status. Very few translations and commentaries of Vijnana Bhairava Tantra are currently available. Therefore, the publication of this work is very significant as it will shed a great deal of light on the practice of dharana, which until now has been revealed only by peripheral explanations. The main aim of this text is to convey the relevance of dharana and the means or techniques to incorporate it into one's life. It also reassures that this can be done quite easily, even if one does not have any expertise in this field. Although dharana is a practice intended for a practitioner whose mind is steady and controlled, this book provides a way, even for those of unsteady mind, to gradually develop one pointedness. All the wealth, assets, luxuries, and comforts that one can have in this world are of no use if the mind is uncontrolled and dissipated. In this sense, a mind that travels on the desired path is the most valuable asset that a man can possess. What is it? A mind that travels on the desired path. If one has such a mind, nothing more is needed. The great poet Saint Kabir Das has rightly said, मैं तो उन संतान का दास जिन्होंने मन मार लिया. I bow only before that saint who has conquered his mind. Although we may not realize it, we are all slaves to our minds. Throughout the day, we do whatever the mind directs us to do. If the mind is worried, we feel anxious. If it is happy, we are pleased. If it is envious, we are ridden with jealousy. If it is furious, we become violently angry. Is there ever a moment in our life when we put our foot down and say, no, I will not be angry or happy or vengeful? We simply cannot put an end to this process without knowing the practice of dharana. There is no other way to gather the vagrant tendencies of this powerful substance known as mind except by the practice of dharana, the path of concentration. Dharana is a practice which generates the momentum to override the dissipated energies of the mind and convert them into a stream of awareness. Therefore, we are very happy to present this work, which is the result of an in depth study of dharana in relation to the tantric view of meditation, substantiated by the personal experience of the author. Let me check some comments a bit. নাথ সম্প্রদায়ের বাংলায় উপস্থিতির ইতিহাস. Yes, I was going to do a reaction video the next day when I do a Bengali live stream about a Bengali comi historian called Protoy Nath. So he's from the Nath Sampradaya, obviously, because all the Naths we have in Bengal are the same Nath from UP. In fact, Rabindranath Thakur as well. But he's a comi historian who's a Mughal glorifier. Okay. তাই তাদের সামান্য বৈদিক নিয়ম কাজ করে না. Okay, সামান্য বৈদিক নিয়ম. Yes. Don't you think the most Indic communities, clans are losing their identity and history in modern times? It can still help in overall Hindu unification, but still clans are somewhere losing their essence. Yes, and since I'm not from any clan, all I can say is that regardless of the people who are in clans, regardless of them saving or not saving their clans, they have to become aware of the threats to Hinduism and Hindu society, and even people who identify as Hindus. Anyone who is not Abrahamic, all of them are under threat. Are not okay. I need to know a lot about the Nath Sampradaya for the novel I am writing. Where can I know more about that? Abhijit Ayar Mitra is your best option to answer this. Abhay, Tara Borner Adhare. Okay. ক্ল্যাশ অফ ক্ল্যান্স, ইয়েস। আমি এসব নিয়ে বলতে গিয়ে রাজপুতদের থেকে অনেক গালাগালি খেয়েছি। কারণ ক্ষত্রিয়রা ভীষণ টেকনিক্যাল শব্দ, তাই দূরে সরে থাকলে ওকে। The sampradayas are created and destroyed when they stop producing powerful beings, beings with Shakti. Nope, Nath are not from UP, they are from Bengal, then they moved to UP. Arey, I did not know this. I don't think this is correct as far as from the sources I have learnt of. Can you say where you read this, or when did they leave Bengal? Which era, which time? Konnichiwa, bhaiya. Harsh Ravi. Arey, long time no see. Konnichiwa. So Rabindranath Tagore's family has moved 2 3 times basically. If Naths were really from Bengal, they were from here. Then they'll move to UP. Then his family again came back to Bengal. Okay. Uh, no, this is a different Harsh. That's Harsh Jha. This is Harsh Ravi. Maximus is introduction. The loftiest dictum, meaning the loftiest aspirations or goals, or even the aim, basically. The loftiest dictum pronounced by the sages and seers of the Upanishadic and Vedic era was Aham Brahmasmi, which means I am that. I with capital letter and that with T with capital letter. Their search was within. They explored the vast dimensions that constitute the inner life. Mentally, they dissected the body and discovered its subtle essence to be the senses. Through meditation on the senses, they discovered the corridors and avenues of the mind. By reflecting on the mind, they realized the potential energy that was dormant within. By awakening that energy, they discovered consciousness, and by uniting the inherent energy with the individual consciousness, they realized that they were indeed intimately connected to and a part of the cosmic consciousness. This was realized by the Tantrics a long time ago, even before the Vedic era. The entire spectrum of Vedic and Tantric philosophy is based on this realization, whether Shaivism, Vaishnavism, or Shaktism. The subject is exploring the substance that man is composed of. Several 100,000 years later, the unified field theory, which physicists talk about, uncannily points in the same direction. According to this theory, the entire creation is one composite whole, and all of life, whether animate or inanimate, manifest or unmanifest, is intimately connected. In other words, whatever you think, feel, say, or do spreads like ripples into unending space, mixing, merging, and colliding with ripples from other sources. Yes. Also, in a way, butterfly effect, obviously. Unified field theory. This is a very dynamic idea, which lends universality to each and every human being and gives life an importance and status that goes far beyond one's imagination and expectation. Through the dark ages of history, the average man has found himself severely limited whenever he has tried to delve into areas of life that extended beyond what the senses can see, hear, taste, touch, and smell. The range of human perception is limited to this dimension. Although man has amassed enormous wealth, luxuries, and comforts, and has fortified himself with immense power to protect himself from enemies, imaginary or real, he still finds himself unprotected and vulnerable. He knows that the span of life is short. When he has to bid farewell, he cannot take the armor which has protected him throughout life. He has to go empty handed. So, this proclamation of Aham Brahmasmi gives man hope and sustenance. Not only that, the Vedic and Tantric sages have generously shared their meditative experiences with mankind, revealing vital clues about the real purpose of human life. Although man lives to amass wealth, power, and status, these goals give only limited satisfaction. There is no permanence in the joy derived from material gains. The real joy and everlasting bliss can be had only when man realizes himself. Realize the self. What does it mean to realize the self? I know that I am male or female, Indian or American, Hindu or Muslim, Christian or Jew, rich or poor, beautiful or ugly, intelligent or dull, black or white, educated or illiterate, saint or sinner, atheist or believer, compassionate or cruel, generous or mean. However, The Tantric and Vedic sages say that all of these criteria are irrelevant, immaterial, and unimportant as far as the quest for the self is concerned. In this quest of one's sex, nationality, class, creed, social status, dogma, and religious beliefs hold no sway. The self relates to a different dimension altogether. Exploring the self, they say, is not a social, cultural, or religious affair. The emphasis of the sages was on the innate qualities of man, not the acquired ones. This is an interesting part. The self relates to a different dimension altogether. Exploring the self, they say, is not a social, cultural, or religious affair. The emphasis of the sages, the rishis, was on the innate qualities of man, not the acquired qualities. They realized that the spectrum of human awareness ranges from demonic to human to divine on account of the interplay of the three qualities, or gunas, which constitute his being. These three qualities are known as sattva, rajas, and tamas. Sattva denotes divinity, tamas, the demonic quality, and rajas, the human endeavor. Of course, this is a very broad classification, but it is true that all of these traits are a part and parcel of our nature. The three gunas are present in each one of us and continually direct our thoughts, actions, feelings, and in fact, the totality of our lives. They determine the temperament of each one of us as well as our inclinations in life. We make all of our choices on the basis of these gunas. Sattva is divinity, tamas is the demonic quality, and rajas is the human endeavor. However, no matter what choices we make in life, we should not forget the purpose for which we have come into this world. That purpose is to realize the self. Human birth has been given great importance because it is only as a human being that we can know our true essence. It is the seed of individuality that has been sown in human beings which gives us knowledge of our existence. Other forms of creation live without any knowledge of their existence. It is man alone who has knowledge of each and every act that he performs and thereby his existence. Man is aware of time, man is aware of space, man is aware of object. Although animals, plants, and minerals are sentient beings, they do not have this awareness. A dog barks, but it does not know that he is barking. A tree bears fruit, but it does not have the knowledge that it does so. Many forms of life have feelings, likes and dislikes, acute responses, and memory as well. Yet they do not know of their existence in time and space, nor do they have any knowledge of the objects around them. Man is exceptional because he can have knowledge of his existence within time and space and beyond time and space as well. He can voluntarily transcend the objective self and travel into the realm of timelessness and experience the unified awareness of which he is an integral part. The unified awareness of which he is an integral part and from which he has evolved into gross body and mind that he is. Now, a subchapter in the introduction. It's called Evolutes of Consciousness. Let me check some comments before that. Of course, he does. I just said it in context of the claim that Naths were originally stated from Bengal. Bhaiya, I were planning to read BOSS by Education. What is that? Okay. Let's see. Did Orin reply to that? Yeah. Let me just check. আর নাথ সম্প্রদায়ের বাংলায় উপস্থিতির ইতিহাস, yes. Nath are not from UP. Nath Sampradaya came from Kashmir, bro, not from UP. Okay. অরিন ঠিক, মৎস্যেন্দ্রনাথ আমাদের গুয়াহাটি আর বাংলাদেশের এলাকাতে ছিলেন, বাট didn't is it that his ancestors also did not come from UP region? I heard that Nath Sampradaya is mainly based in UP and Terai region of Nepal. Yeah, they are based there right now, but where did they come from? I thought Naths were a pan-India group. I see. Mahendranath was born in Bengal, who created Nath Sampradaya. Oh, I see. Okay, interesting. Matsyendranath was from Kashmir. Gorakhnath was from south, who meditated in Gorakhpur, where Gorakhmath is there. I see. Damn it, meant Matsyendranath. Okay. I was busy with exams and admission. Nice. How did your exams go? Guru Matsyendranath was from a dweep in Bengal Peninsula. He was a Ghori, Mahakala, master of all Yogini Tantra and occult powers. Okay, Rashti, which era is he from? What's the basic timeline? Nath Sampradaya is all over India. We don't see. I didn't do the Saraswati Shlok today. Guess why? No, we don't know why. Nivrittanath, Guru of Sant the Dhyaneshwar, was also a Nath Yogin of Maharashtra. I see. Matsyendranath's disciple was Guru Gorakhnath, who was a master of Hatha Yoga. I don't know from where he is. I see. Quest of sex gender. They predicted LGBTQ here. Yes. There is a text, I don't remember the name, which specifically talks about lineages from Ramayana times. I see. Um, Bhaiya ever okay. Shreyas, in one of the commentaries to Ghiranda Samhita, I have seen this lineage starting from Treta Yuga. Rush, absolutely, I was commenting on what you said about Goraknath. Okay. Land of Seven River পড়বো ভাবছি কেমন Land of Seven Rivers তো অবশ্যই পড়তে হবে ওটা না পড়লে হবে না but if you know that India was great in the past, if you know India had done great things, if you know that India had great kings, okay, then it's not that necessary. But if you know a lot of it, then also it's definitely not necessary. But if you just even know it was kind of good but you don't know the fun interesting details, then you should read it. But it's mainly for people who have absolutely no clue that India was a great country before 2015 basically, or 2008 2009. Shreyas, not really. Sri Brahmendranath's commentaries from a Nath Sampradaya. Okay. Japanese alt account is the TMC spy. Yeah, probably. Okay. So nice. You all discuss, debate, and come up with the conclusion. Where is the Nath Sampradaya from? I'll start the subchapter called Evolutes of Consciousness. Ironically, that same tattva or principle which gives man the knowledge of individuality and differentiation is responsible for the experience of unified awareness or knowledge of unity with the rest of creation. Unity with the rest of creation. That principle is known as ego or ahamkara. Interestingly, in Bengali, ahamkara means pride or boasting, the negative connotation of pride. The word aham means I am. Other forms of life, both inferior and superior, do not have ahamkara. In the lower forms of life, this principle is latent, and in the higher forms, it has been transcended. Therefore, yeah, I read this in Sri Aurobindo's book, The Life Divine, as well. Therefore, in the Vedic and Tantric traditions, human life is much sought after, even by those who have attained divinity, because only man can know the Creator. In that sense, the human birth is considered to be most valuable. According to Tantra, the universal consciousness descends towards manifestation as individual consciousness, assuming four states known as buddhi, chitta, ahamkara, and manas. Buddhi represents the higher intellect with its activity of viveka or discrimination, and sadvichara or right thinking. Okay, so viveka means discrimination. In Bengali, vivek means conscience. What is happening? Maybe conscience to discriminate properly, so that you have a hierarchy of choices. You have preferences, not the meaningless equality thing. Manas is the lower mind with its characteristic activity of sankalpa and vikalpa, or thought and counter thought. Chitta, or memory, is the storehouse of past actions in the form of samskaras, or archetypes. Ahamkara, or ego, is the notion of self existence, conditioned by the above three. This is the arc of Avaroha, or the descent of the dynamic universal consciousness into human life. It's called Avaroha. It is only at the human stage of evolution that Unmesha or Aroha, the ascent towards higher life, is possible. Aroha meaning obviously getting up, Arohan, and uh, Viroha, I think, Avoraha, yeah, that's descent. Inner realization dawns when Manas, Buddhi, Chitta, and Ahamkara are dissolved into universal consciousness through the medium of Shakti or energy. This is the highest yajna or sacrifice man can offer. Other forms of life do not have this privilege because they do not have these four aspects, which are collectively known as antakarana, antakarana, or the inner instrument, antakarana. The ascent of consciousness from its association with gross matter and base emotions to the effulgence of spirit is the focal point of tantric and Vedic thought. Other philosophies speak of the descent of universal consciousness, whereas Tantric and Vedic thought upholds that ascent from matter to spirit in the inherent design which Prakriti or nature has woven into all creation. Tantra says that the descent of universal consciousness in its pure form is a possibility which occurs very rarely. This descent of universal consciousness, this descent of universal consciousness into matter while retaining its pure form is known as avatar, not avatar. The avatar represents universal consciousness on earth, and therefore the laws of nature are well within his control. Why? Because the avatar represents universal consciousness on earth. Sri Krishna was such an avatar, and so was Sri Rama. However, very few such persons have descended to earth. So, it is the ascent and not the descent of consciousness that we have to understand in relation to our meditative practices and spiritual evolution. The supramental state, which Sri Aurobindo, the 20th century yogi, often referred to, also points in this direction. At present, man is functioning with a mere fraction of the potential power of the brain. It is only the tip of the iceberg. The higher faculties of the brain, which are latent, have to be illuminated and awakened through two important practices of Tantra known as dharana and dhyana. In Bengali, literally means meditation. I wondered if dhyana means meditation because in Hindi, dhyan means just concentration. Dhyan dos mein. These two practices strengthen the electromagnetic circuits of the brain so that it becomes accustomed to handling the high voltage energy that is a consequence of inner illumination. These practices form channels and pathways for the energy to be transmitted to all points of the brain, leading to total illumination. If illumination occurs before these preparations are complete, short circuits may occur and fuses may blow, as the quote unquote wiring of the brain cannot withstand the influx of powerful currents generated by total illumination of the dark recesses. Different Vedic and Tantric traditions offer lucid and incisive dialogues and debates on this very subject. Their inquiries were both subjective and objective, leaving no stone unturned. They dissected thoughts, ideas, and experiences, analyzed feelings and emotions, and subjected themselves to intense and rigorous scrutiny in search of the real and the permanent. In the science of alchemy, a substance is rarefied until it becomes pure and refined. Similarly, through the alchemical process of meditation and mysterious ocean of thoughts, okay, similarly, through the alchemical process of meditation, the mysterious ocean of thoughts, desires, and passions surging within is churned by the practice of dharana. In this way, the yogis uncovered layer after layer of mind stuff, and with each uncovering, they discovered more and more refined substances. Each degree of refinement brought greater illumination and the discovery of a new set of attributes. Technically, these attributes are classified as siddhis or perfections. Sage Patanjali, who gave us the invaluable aphorisms or sutras on yoga, calls them vibhutis, also known as accomplishments of yoga. These special attributes are the hidden potential within man that makes him more and more perfect. By this inner process, okay, let me just check what Rashteen is saying because it's important. Dhyan does not mean simple meditation as we know today. According to Sri M and his commentaries on Patanjali Yoga Sutra, who is Sri M? Dhyana is when you can hold dharana for long periods of time and experience more. Oh, I see. Dhyan means deep and meditated state only in Hindi. Okay, so dhyan though means concentrate as if you are meditating then. Dhyan actually mean concentration even in Sanskrit. What people call meditation is actually the entire process of Ashtanga Yoga. Okay. Dhyan actually means concentration even in Sanskrit. But in Bengal, dhyan means meditation then. Sri M is doubtful in his works. Who is Sri M? Okay. By this inner process, the yogis discovered that but by the way, I'm really thankful to you guys for this absolutely beautiful conversation that is going on here. We are really, all of us are thinking hard and bringing what we know to the table. And I am probably the least knowledgeable among all of you guys here. By this inner process, the yogis discovered that the source from which the gross body has evolved is pure consciousness, reverberating with energy. This consciousness is cosmic in nature and has no limitations. It is neither bound by time nor confined to any particular space. It pervades each and every form of life and is present in each and every being. The yogic alchemists were also curious to know which part of the body the consciousness inhabits. So they searched further and further and found that it is the indweller of all hearts. As Jivatman, or individual consciousness, it rests in the heart cavity or Anahata Chakra. The form of individual consciousness is three dimensional. The form of individual consciousness is three dimensional, luminous, laser like light, which oversees everything and awaits the moment when it can reunite with Shakti or energy from whom it has separated for the purpose of creation. At the transcendental level, it exists as Bindu, the primal point, and Nada, the primal sound, which reverberates through the stratosphere as cosmic vibration and within us as Anahad Nada, the unstruck sound. Okay, ये जो नाद है जिसको हम primal sound बोल रहे हैं, which reverberates through the stratosphere as cosmic vibration. This is what I am talking about when I say I believe in a supreme consciousness or a supreme vibration which has basically made up everything in the world. So that is the primal sound, and that is actually proven by science. There is no controversy here. The yogis experienced this nada in many forms, such as the melodious notes of the flute, yeah, fair enough, the call of the peacock, the roaring of thunder, and also in various mantras. Yes, there are countless descriptions of their experiences in the tantric texts, from which it is clear that the consciousness has many degrees of manifestation, whereby it can be experienced as sound, light, form, and listen to this, sound, light, form, and idea. When a substance refines itself by separating from or uniting with another substance, either inherent or apart from itself, this is known as alchemy. The tantric seers were the most proficient alchemists of all time. They refined highly subtle forms of matter such as the human mind, intellect, ego, and individual consciousness. The product that emerged from such internal refinement was an experience. This form of experience was so subtle that the human mind could not comprehend it until the attention was turned completely away from the matter and focused on spirit. This experience superseded all the varying stages of realization that the ascending Shakti had passed through before reuniting with consciousness. Now a subchapter begins, Principle of Reunification. Let me just check some comments before that. Sri M is actually from the Nath Sampradaya, or at least he claims to be with his actual name, Madhukar Nath, and his guru lineage coming from Mahavatar Babaji. Sri M is a Muslim who became a yogi. He came in Ranveer's podcast. So his name is Sri M only, or you guys are using a short form. अजीब बात है. Okay. ध्यय चिंतायाम अर्थात ध्यय धातुर और ধৈ ধাতুর অর্থ চিন্তা করা. Okay. ধ্যান মানে চিন্তা করা. ধ্যায়তে ইতি ধ্যানম. Okay. Dhyan. So, according to everything all of you are saying, The Hindi interpretation of dhyan, though, that application of the word is more correct than the Bengali interpretation, then, isn't it? Because in Bengali, dhyan means the specific act of doing the meditating in the proper posture, etc. Orin is saying there are many concepts that will come in front of you if you get into tantra that will now your mind, that will blow your mind, I guess. Okay, Death Note, Naruto, I My Miss Strawberry Eggs, ये सब क्या है? एनीमे डिस्कस हो रहा है. ओके, कंफ्यूजन ही कंफ्यूजन है, सॉल्यूशन कुछ पता नहीं. ध्यान एक्चुअली मीन कंसंट्रेशन. ओके, we loosely use it for concentration as well, right? Okay, Maximus Prime is saying মেটাফিজিক্যাল ধারণা এবং বোঝাপড়াকে সর্বব্যাপী আত্মীকরণ করতে সক্ষম হতে আমাদের প্রথমে মনকে মেজাজ করার জন্য যে নিয়ম ও প্রবিধান অনুসরণ করতে হবে তা বুঝতে হবে. ইয়েস, ইন্দ্রিয় জয়া কাইন্ড অফ. Devo ke Dev Mahadev. There was an episode where Bhagwan Shiv teaches Bhairav Tantra to Devi Parvati. Very dramatized. That's how I learnt about Bhairav Baba. And this book is supposed to be basically a conversation between Bhairava and Bhairavi. I think some sampradayas within the Naths think Matsyendra Natha as the Adi Guru, or with Adi Nath, Shiva himself, or in some places Gorakhnath as his disciple due to his asking for a boon to have a greater disciple. Both Hindi and Bengali are correct in different contexts. It depends on which culture laid stress on which attributes of the word. True. No, it is not in Bengali. Dhyan diye pado. Yeah, in Bengali the way it is said is actually matha lagao. Dhyan diye pado has recently come into Bengali because of people using more Hindi dialects than Bengali actually. But originally when I was growing up, dhyan just meant the act of meditation, not concentration. Okay, now a subchapter called Principle of Reunification. The reunification led to the realization of oneness of Jivatma with Paramatma, the cosmic consciousness with highest spirit. This reunification, which inhabits the cranium at a psychic center known as Sahasrara Chakra. When the Jivatma or individual consciousness residing in the heart cavity unites with Mahashakti, the highest energy which inhabits the cavity at the base of the spine known as Mooladhara Chakra, it sets the ground or foundation for this reunification. It is Mahashakti who sets the wheel of creation into motion at the behest of consciousness. Her physical form is that of a coiled serpent, Mahashakti. Thus, she is known as Kundalini, and Jordan Peterson also does Kundalini Yoga. But he's a Christian apologist. He actually delves into the subject called apologetics, lol. When she unites, and that is why I told you, remember, is it a coincidence that Jordan Peterson, a philosopher, psychologist, who does Kundalini Yoga and says it benefits him, says Christianity, talks about Christianity in a way that kind of Hinduizes it and philosophizes it, and to a large extent even secularizes it. That is what I have noticed for the last few years, and now I'm learning that Kundalini is being mentioned here in these contexts. So no wonder his Christianity seems to be an attempt at Hinduizing it. Abhay Agarwal is going away. Good night, Abhay. Both Hindi and okay. हिंदी में भी मेडिटेशन को ध्यान ही बोलते हैं वैसे, जैसे कि वो योगी ध्यान में बैठा है. अरे बाप रे, अच्छा ध्यान ही बोलते हैं उसको. अच्छा, कोई और वर्ड नहीं है. Cause I have music class tomorrow. Sayonara Hindus. Okay, 2 of them going away. Good night, guys. So when she unites with the individual consciousness in the region of Anahata Chakra, the resulting explosion completely overrides the electromagnetic circuits of the brain, and total illumination occurs in Sahasrara Chakra, the abode of Shiva, which has been described as a 1,000-petaled lotus. When the matter that constitutes man explodes, an enormous inner detonation occurs and immense heat is generated. This inner fire purifies the physical matter to such a degree that it liberates the inherent energy or Shakti, which in turn frees the consciousness from its clutches. The equation is thus matter into energy the equation is thus matter into energy into consciousness, and vice versa. The resulting experience of this energy conversion was so subtle that the yogis were speechless and had no words to convey it. When asked to describe their experience, all they could say was Neti Neti, not this, not this. The highest spiritual state cannot be described, explained, or understood. It can only be experienced. Yes, thank God I started my first ever book on relating to Hinduism was The Life Divine by Sri Aurobindo. I've read about half of it, and these concepts have been described there. Whatever one may say about that experience, the words fall short. Something remains unsaid because there are no words in our vocabulary to describe the spiritual reality. The yogis called it light, and they were not wrong. But it was more than that. They also called it Satchit Ananda or Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Yes, truth, consciousness, bliss. Yes, these terms are coined by, in English, these are coined by Sri Aurobindo himself in The Life Divine. We have to do a live stream of that. I have read about the almost the half of it in my videos already. You can find it, but we'll do live streams as well because the English is insanely tough. However, these remain just words until we transform ourselves and attain that experience. Therefore, the aim of human life is not mere intellectual understanding of these sublime truths, but to expand the frontiers of the mind and liberate the energy in order to have the experience of that supreme consciousness. The source from which all matter has evolved is consciousness. Okay. The source from which all matter has evolved is consciousness. The body is gross matter, the mind is subtle matter, and each vibrates with energy. Exactly. This is the God I believe in, and this is what I think is called the Brahmanaspati or Prajapati Vishwakarman. However, on account of their mundane state, the potential to experience that pure consciousness from which they have evolved is lost. Because of their mundane state, the potential to experience that pure consciousness from which they have evolved is lost. Okay. Now, a certain subchapter begins expansion and liberation. So, I'll have a sip of coffee and check the comments again. Dhyan dena to concentrate and dhyan karna is meditation. I see. বাংলা যদি অষ্টং যোগের ৮টা অঙ্গ ঠিকভাবে পড়ো বুঝতে পারবে। ওকে। ধ্যান is চিন্তন, manthan manan. Okay. Ekchit hona. These are interesting words similar to dhyana, right? Truth, consciousness, bliss. फ्री फंड में मारा गया, निराजन दा जबरदस्ती बाई कर दिया। ओह ओ अच्छा, you were telling him by lol. ধ্যান ব্যুৎপত্তিগত ব্যুৎপত্তিগত অর্থ হলো চিন্তা। ওকে, আচ্ছা। রূঢ় অর্থ, প্রসিদ্ধ অর্থ হচ্ছে রূঢ় অর্থাৎ প্রসিদ্ধ অর্থ হচ্ছে প্রগাঢ় চিন্তা। হ্যাঁ, কারণ মানে আলাদা করে কনসেন্ট্রেট করে করতে হবে। Bro, did you ask your friend about that Venkat Dhulipala's book? Somebody told me it is his PhD thesis. His PhD thesis actually, we have discussed the paper we discussed was actually his PhD thesis. It was yeah, yeah. His main book, which is famous, which came out in 2016, was I think a little bit of elaboration over his PhD thesis, and that we have discussed in my live stream only. But the book I had discussed that day, that I did ask my friend about, and no, and she said that no, that's not available in their library. I personally believe that beyond his, because we discussed a different topic altogether. No, his PhD thesis was not that. His PhD thesis was how Shia and Sunni, or and how Pakistan was created, how Shia Sunni problems were almost demolishing the Muslim League, etc. That was his basically topic. I personally believe that beyond God there is dharma, which is Puratana and Sanatana. That dharma is the true essence we are meant to know by sadhana. This is just my thought. Interesting. It's called The Politics of Secularism. I don't think that's his PhD thesis. You can check in Wikipedia only. He did his PhD in 2008, right? You go to the university's website, okay, where he's teaching. There you'll find the name of his paper, which was his PhD thesis, and that is not Politics of Secularism, as far as I remember. I'm 99% sure. Technically, God is not ours. I have many reasons to say that. Dharma means that what sustains, and also duty and religiousness, everything. God is not ours. I have many reasons to say that. Dharma has many derivations. Yours is from Srimukha of Bhagwan Krishna in Drona Parva Mahabharata. Oh yeah, but that is an interesting statement, and that is actually kind of true. God is not ours. Yeah, we can just experience them. They don't belong to us, obviously. So expansion and liberation. In order to achieve this experience, the science of Tantra postulates two theories: expansion and liberation. By boiling water, the particles of hydrogen and oxygen are expanded and liberated from the gross form of water and become subtle vapor. In the same way, by expanding the awareness, Tantra liberates the energy that is locked up in the body and mind. Energy is the link between matter and consciousness. Energy is the link between matter and consciousness. Very true. Once it is released from the clutches of matter, it unites with consciousness and a resulting awakening occurs. In physics, the same principle is applied to explode the atom bomb. Through the process of fission or fusion, the energy is released from matter and united with its opposite polarity to create this explosion. When the scientist and philosopher Oppenheimer watched this event for the first time, he was moved to tears and spontaneously recited aloud a verse from the Bhagavad Gita in which Sanjay describes this same cosmic experience to the blind monarch Dhritarashtra. What 1,000 suns to light up the sky, still they could not match the light of absolute consciousness. Although these two types of explosions are remarkably similar, the differences between them is vast. One takes place externally and the other internally. One destroys, the other creates. One is a part of nature's plan for the destiny of mankind, the other is man's plan for the destiny of mankind. But one thing is clear: the process of alchemy that the Tantric and Vedic seers employed for this experience was taken from the laws of nature, which are perfectly scientific and apply to all levels of creation. Matter is continually breaking up and transforming into different forms and substances. For example, over a period of time, coal changes into diamond and fossils into petroleum and gas. The practices of Tantra have been derived through strict observance of these natural processes and their application to man, who is also a product of nature. Coal changes into diamond and fossils into petroleum and gas. Man is destined to awaken this experience at some point of evolution, even if no conscious effort is made to liberate the energy and expand the awareness. This is the natural heritage and birthright of every human being. But without applying a specific procedure, it will take a long, long time. The practices of Tantra hasten the natural process of evolution and allow that experience to unfold in this life itself, here and now, at this very moment. This experience bestows ananda and jnana, bliss and knowledge, which man seeks through external objects but never finds. On account of this, human life is full of misery, frustration, and depression. The experience that arises through expansion of consciousness and liberation of energy is the only permanent solution to human suffering. Another subchapter begins: sadhana, the means to realize oneself. Okay, let me just check the check the comments again. Nope, dharma doesn't mean duty or religion. It means religion in some context, doesn't it? Or I mean the faith part of it. And dharma definitely means duty. Why won't it? What would be then stri dharma, kshatriya dharma, garhastya dharma? Though in those contexts, the word dharma means duty only, and dharma also means righteousness. That thing which is the eye of the eye, the ear of the ear, the fire of the fire, the inner sound of a sound, that which neither victory or defeat is realized, that might be God. Yeah. Technically, it is not a definition of dharma, it's a function of which Bhagwan is speaking in that famous verse, Dharana Dharma Ityahu. I think we need to define science. Many people nowadays use it very loosely. Science is something which can be experimented, repeated under some same condition, and be able to be falsified. Yes. No, it does not. then what does it mean? And then what would the words Kshatriya Dharma, Raj Dharma, these things mean? Or Swadharma, if not duty? Duty is Daitva. Uh, then what is responsibility? This definition, which is the most accepted, rules out the arts, performing arts, and aesthetics, etc. Divi Surya Sahasrya Bhaved Yoga Paduthita Yadibha Sadrishi Sasyad Bhasastasya Mahatmanaha. Original Gita verse, Oppenheimer. Okay. Because there is if duty is daitva, then there should be some phrases called kshatriya daitva, garhastya daitva, raj daitva, swa daitva, but they are used dharma. So in those contexts, it's your religion and your duty at the same time to do those particular things. Sadhana, the means to realize oneself. In order to liberate the mind from the clutches of matter and turn towards the effulgence of spirit, Tantra lays great emphasis on sadhana or practice. Sadhana is a process of internal refinement which allows man to move towards perfection. What exactly does sadhana refine? Does this process refine just the body or does it extend beyond the body as well? What is the level of perfection that can be attained through sadhana? What is the level of perception of a person who attains that perfection? What is the level of perception of a person who attains that perfection? These are some of the questions that Vigyan Bhairav Tantra answers. But these answers are not explained. They are provided through a set of practices which leads you to the answer. Each of these practices is complete in itself. One practice does not necessarily lead to another. Each is independent and at times even completely different to the preceding or following practice. Often they complement each other, but never do they contradict one another. It has been the experience of all who have practiced sadhana in its pure form that this refinement takes place on several levels. Even on the physical level, there are many degrees of refinement. What can be said of the mental and supramental levels of perfection? The sadhanas prescribed by Tantra are said to bestow the three qualities of omnipotence: the power to do all, omnipresence, the power to be everywhere, and omniscience, the power to know all. These are the qualities of that highest reality. Tantra says that these qualities are attained only when the inner awareness is streamlined and refined. Every form of life is continuously refining itself and moving towards perfection. Okay. Tantra says that these qualities are attained only when the inner awareness is streamlined and refined. Every form of life is continuously refining itself and moving towards perfection. Sadhana is a way of hastening the process and ensuring that it takes place in a controlled manner. The basis of sadhana is abhyasa, which means regular and uninterrupted practice. If sadhana is interrupted for any reason, it has to be commenced right from the beginning and not where you left off. This is because the area that you are trying to reach through sadhana is beyond our control, as is beyond your control. It does not listen to your mind or intellect. How are you going to interact with that which is beyond you? This interaction is only possible through abhyasa. Remember the saying, practice makes perfect. Just as you master material knowledge or aparavidya through constant practice, in the same way, paravidya or transcendental knowledge is mastered through constant unbroken practice. The principle is the same, although the subjects may differ. Now, a subchapter begins, Vigyan Bhairava Tantra, a text of transcendental knowledge. Let me check out some comments again. Uh, Responsibility is kartavya. That is true. Uh, that is true. But actually, uh, then my question would be, what does Rajdharma, Swadharma, Kshatriya Dharma mean? I cannot explain that in that on chat. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That I understand. It might be too deep to be explained in just 2-3 sentences. Nina is saying there was an episode on Upanishad Ganga on Chit Swarup. That series was really great. The consciousness that opened my eyes truly. Chit Swarup. But I am far away from knowing Brahman. Right. Harsha is saying, hey, this stream was cancelled, right? Harsha abhi aaya hai. Arey, yeah, I said that I'm not going to do a full live stream of this entire book, which I had initially decided. Then I learned that I'm not supposed to be discussing this book and letting everyone uh, listen to this randomly. So I'm just discussing the introduction part. Okay. The introduction में 93 pages में थोड़ा बहुत जिस्ट बताया गया है कि what is this book about, what are the basically वो blurb बोलते हैं book के पीछे जो रहता है वैसा चीज. But if any yeah, this tantra is supposed to be secret, that is why I have planned to not discuss this book randomly. But if anyone can advise, what are your views, guys, all of you who are online, let me know. uh, since this book after all is being written and sold randomly on Amazon, so in a way random people are buying it and reading it. So would that be really wrong of me to then also disseminate this knowledge further, so that whoever picks up, if they are really deserving, it does help them, in the same way that any random person picking it up from Amazon is reading it and getting help. They may be unqualified and they may be doing the same mistakes, which is tried to be prevented here by keeping it a secret. I'll tell you why it has been asked to be kept a secret. Okay, then you will understand the context. Let me just tell you that part. एक दो तीन लाइन में समझाया है, जो कि I posted also in the page, in the post only. Let me tell you why it is supposed to be kept a secret. Okay, and then tell me, should I avoid doing a live stream of this entire book. So इसको secret इसलिए रखना है क्योंकि in previous times the esoteric knowledge of all spiritual traditions was highly revered and always kept secret. It was only the yogic renaissance in the latter half of the 20th century that gave access to many of the higher forms of tantric and yogic practice to ordinary people. Therefore, all esoteric texts will still uphold this instruction to maintain absolute secrecy regarding the knowledge and practices revealed in the text. This revelation of um, Vijnana Bhairav Tantra can lead to the supreme nectar that brings immortality. Therefore, it is advised to avail oneself of it in secret. Anything which is of great power and value should never be broadcast indiscriminately. There are two important reasons why secrecy is advised here. First of all, the practices and knowledge contained in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra are of the highest order and will be useless to the ordinary person who is not prepared for the subtlety of these concepts. So it would be a waste of time to discuss this text with people who are not able to understand or value this level of teaching and may even misuse or malign it. The second reason for secrecy relates to the actual spiritual progress of the practitioner. When one embarks on an inner journey, this is not a matter to be discussed openly in society. This is a very private affair, which concerns oneself and one's spiritual teacher alone. No one else needs to know or should know about the inner journey that the spiritual aspirant undertakes. By discussing one's spiritual understanding and experiences with many people, the inspiration or higher momentum is lost, and one may even fall back on the path. Pride is also engendered in this way, which obstructs the subtle receptivity necessary for higher spiritual realization. So, what I'm saying is that if it is really a waste of time to discuss it with people, and if they don't understand it, etc., that is their problem. But people who do want to listen to it will listen to the entire live stream for video after video for 2-3 hours, etc., right? What do you guys think? By keeping it secret, you are following Brahminical patriarchy of not allowing subalterns to get knowledge. You are a Brahminical fascist and not doing this stream clearly is oppression. First of all, tantras use twilight language. You can't understand the practical methods without any guru making you understand it, because they make changes to the original instructions. Okay, I'm really interested in live stream. 93 pages for just intro. Yes, you'll Nina, you'll notice that all of these Indian ancient texts have a gigantic introduction. Okay, ब्रह्म पुराण का इंट्रोडक्शन है कुछ 10-20 पेज. अर्थशास्त्र का इंट्रोडक्शन है इतना बड़ा, अबाउट आई थिंक 150 पेज का इंट्रोडक्शन है. ऋग्वेद का, मेरा बंगाली ऋग्वेद का इंट्रोडक्शन है उतना ही, इतना इतना मोटा इंट्रोडक्शन है. That's entirely just. Okay. Ninori Singh, I think that the threat of misusing and misunderstanding it is definitely there. You should respect the will of the author and let those interested simply buy the book. That way they are at least committed. Yeah, that is true. It is actually wrong for the publishers to publish it. Yeah, true. As far as I am concerned, Mahadev boleche tai mene chalo. Yeah, I would say don't do it. It is their karma. Tantric practices contain certain practices which will come as obscene, oppressive, and cruel. That is what I was thinking. I think it's okay to have a general discussion on philosophy and understandings of tantra as long as they don't do any practice without live initiation of guru. Okay, what Rashti is saying is obviously in contradiction to the other comments. So discuss this further, please, guys, by the end of this live stream, so that we can discuss that, so that we can conclude and come to a final decision that whether I should continue with the live stream of the rest of the text as well. Today we are going to do just the introduction and commentary. Ninod is saying it also means that you should personally for your own, you should use it personally for your own personal benefit. That was all what I was also thinking, that मेरा खुद का contemplation कब होगा? If I'm just reading it and discussing with you guys, I'm supposed to read it personally, contemplate and think about my own growth, mental growth. Okay, Uttishta Bharata is saying it is actually wrong for the publisher. Yeah, তাই দাদা তোমার ভীষণ ভালো লাগবে Principles of Tantra by Arthur Avalon. I see. Okay, even Maximus is saying don't. राष्ट्री तुम सेटअप लगा के बैठे हो क्या प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए लाइव स्ट्रीम हर्षा is very pissed off. Okay, so now this subchapter is called Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, a text of transcendental knowledge. There are two kinds of knowledge in this world, para and apara. Okay, Arin, tell me the pronunciation. এটা কি অপার হবে না মানে অপারা না অপারা? I think it's apara only, right? Para and apara. Okay, if it's para, then it will be apara. But I'm thinking it's apara. Then the previous one will be para also. Para and apara, or apara and para. বাংলায় তো পরাবিদ্যা বলে, অপরাবিদ্যা পরাবিদ্যা. Sri Vigyan Bhairav Tantra teaches the practices you need to master in order to gain transcendental knowledge. Mundane knowledge such as physics, chemistry, science, geography, astronomy, astrology, mathematics, history, music, and the arts all come under the banner of material knowledge or aparavidya. But do you know what transcendental knowledge or paravidya is? It is a very specialized form of knowledge, for it cannot be known through the medium of words. It can only be realized in the realm of experience. No words can fully describe the transcendental experience. In a beautiful Sanskrit ode to Shiva, it has been said that even if Saraswati, the most eloquent goddess of speech, were to use all the paper and ink in the world to describe that transcendental knowledge, she would not be able to describe it to its fullest. The words paper and ink would fall short. That transcendental knowledge is beyond words, but it is not beyond experience. This makes Vigyan Bhairav Tantra very significant for sadhakas, as it is not a book of philosophy but of practice. It does not go into high sounding philosophies to convince the reader. इसको सीताराम गोयल और रामस्वरूप ने एक टर्म दिया था, ठीक है, वेस्टर्न फिलोसॉफी को. That term actually does not exist in the English grammar, but Ram Swarup coined it and told to Sitaram Goel when Sitaram Goel was a communist and he used to read Western philosophy all day long. So Ram Swarup told him in the book How I Became a Hindu, it has been mentioned. Harsh has read it, I guess. Ram Swarup called it, they are mere cerebrations. Whereas Eastern philosophy or Hindu philosophy is practical, Western philosophy is mere cerebration. So cerebral thinking के लिए ही छोड़ दिया है, practical कोई use नहीं है, at least according to Ram Swarup. Okay, so पौड़ा और अपरा, तो ये हिंदी में या संस्कृत में कैसा उच्चारण होगा? अपरा या अपारा? That is what I'm confused about. It does not go into high sounding philosophies to convince the reader. Instead, it lists practice after practice, describing 112 different ways to have that transcendental experience. The spectrum these practices cover is so vast that there is a practice for each and every sadhaka, no matter what his inclination and temperament may be. Tantra, a unique philosophy. After realizing the principles for achieving this experience, The founders of Tantra applied them to every facet of man's personality and explored means and ways to make this sacred knowledge applicable to all who wish to tread the inner path. No matter what kind of person you are, whether sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic, Tantra offers a way to bring you closer to enlightenment. Okay, another question I have for you guys, which know who know about this stuff more than me. If tamasa or a tamas is called demonic, why are some people called tamasa? I had an office colleague whose name was Tamosa. Okay, she was a woman. Her name was Tamosha in Bengali. She was a Bengali person. So why would someone name their kids after a demonic quality? So, what are the other meanings of tamas then? Okay. Audience saying, point to be noted, Saraswati is not goddess of knowledge, she is goddess of speech or Vagdevi. Yeah, Vagdevi. Right. Pahari, আমার নাম চুরি করেছিস. Sir, please come to Sanatan Samiksha. Yeah, you actually commented that in another video of mine as well, right? What do you mean come to Sanatan Samiksha? Like join their live streams? What do you mean? I did not understand that. That's why I have not thought about it. This is the uniqueness of Tantra. Because why? No matter what kind of person you are, whether sattvic, rajasic, or tamasic, Tantra offers a way to bring you closer to enlightenment. This is the uniqueness of Tantra. It never seeks to reform. Instead, it says there is a path for you, whether you are a saint or sinner, religious or atheist, enlightened or ignorant, sensual or abstemious, emotional or intellectual, attached or detached. Emotional का opposite intellectual दिया है. Nice. Attached or detached. Even if you are in the clutches of anger, jealousy, hatred, delusion, doubt, or hypocrisy, do not wait for the day when you conquer these qualities, but start where you are. Utilize these very same forces that cause you agony to raise your awareness. Ah, what a great line. Utilize these very same forces that cause you agony to also raise your awareness. No other philosophy in the world has ever said this. Other systems say that in order to tread the spiritual path, you have to be good, kind, noble, merciful, compassionate, disciplined, religious, charitable, and so on. Only then can you be inducted into the path that leads to enlightenment. Tantra says the opposite. It accepts you as you are and does not ask you to do the impossible. Can the average person conquer anger, jealousy, and hatred? No. But all the religions ask you to do so. In this way, your entire life passes trying to overcome your base nature, and ultimately, you are left floundering due to your inability to accomplish that. Okay, this is getting into some interesting territory. Tantra claims that the whole universe is based on the principles of duality. Okay. These dual principles of night and day, sun and moon, love and hate, cruelty and compassion, heat and cold, birth and death, are as old as creation itself. One cannot exist without the other. Would it then be correct to deny one and accept the other, to suppress one and express the other, to defame one and glorify the other? Anger is just as much a part of you as love. They are both intimate facets of your personality. How can you ignore either of them? Yeah, order and chaos, yin and yang, the masculine and the feminine. Tantra does not advocate suppression either, as it leads to severe abnormalities and mental illnesses. If society today is ailing, it is on account of the suppression imposed on man by his environment. To create a healthy society, man should not suppress the base instincts. Rather, he should transform them by becoming aware of himself. Tantra asks you to awaken the seer within. Human beings alone have the potential to do this. All other forms of life are governed by instinct. It is humans who have the capacity to perform an act and simultaneously know that they are doing so. Although humans have this potential, they have yet to awaken it. Most people live life unaware. Their actions are performed without awareness. Their lives are mechanical and they remain in the realm of instinct as animals do. For example, few people can remember where their awareness was in a heated situation, right? Was it on the event or on the emotions that it generated? Most get caught up in the event and lose awareness of themselves. The anger bursts forth and overwhelms them, and they cannot stop it. Later, if asked about it, they may even deny their anger. End of a small subchapter, and new subchapter is called awareness. Let me just check some comments before that. Oh, lots of new people have joined the comment section. Interesting. Okay, tamas is not demonic. It means andhakar. Okay, then even then, why would someone name their kid andhakar? And let me just check what they said about tamas here. कहाँ गया tamas? Yeah. Yeah. Sattva denotes divinity. Tamas is the demonic quality. Rajas is the human endeavor. So who do I listen to? You or this person here who has written this book? There are different schools of thought who argue differently. I guess there is no consensus then. Okay, let me just check some more comments. Uh, Tamas is not demonic. Tamas is stability. Without it, nothing stays. This is saying differently. अरे everyone is saying tamas is not demonic. अरे यहीं पे कुछ देर पहले तो बोला tamas is demonic. It is a common misconception. It is simply another word for dull or labor oriented. It means andhakar. So everyone is on one side and this author is on another side. Okay. उनको पता नहीं होगा, ऐसे ही रख दिया होगा नाम, like joining father and mother name and not caring about meaning. I don't think Hindus do that. So it can't be gotten rid of. Rashti, yes, like when you slow down after high activity, which is important for sustenance. Okay. Knowledge begins with vak, yes. One interesting tidbit is that the asuras who did greater tapasyas than devas were able to do so because of greater tamas stability. Okay, demonic then. This is my favorite book on meditations, Abhinav Gupta Tyagi. Har Har Mahadev, thanks for taking up this. Okay. Are you saying this book is written by Abhinav Gupta Tyagi or is your name Abhinav Gupta Tyagi? I'm very weak on Hindu philosophical history, okay? But due to the low sattva, they ultimately went to adharma and lowliness. I see. Ninas is saying tamas can also be chaos, apathy, dark ignorance. Tamas is demonic in the sense where it is easily conductive of good or bad. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So अब नया सब chapter है awareness. Let's see. There is simply no awareness of the acts performed 24 hours of the day. To be aware of an act means to be a witness to what you do, say, think, and feel. No matter what you do, there is a part of you that is watching and overseeing everything. This awareness gives you a greater understanding of yourself. You begin to know yourself. You begin to know your responses and you begin to know your feelings, which which form the inner core of your being. Okay? This awareness, this knowing yourself and your actions. Tantra says the greatest achievement of man is to know oneself. Wow. Greatest achievement of man is to know oneself. Many philosophies and religions also proclaim that man should know himself, but they seek to reform him, while Tantra seeks to educate him by developing the awareness. What is this awareness? Is it different to the mind and intellect? Where does it dwell? How can it be awakened? Is it inherent in man? These are the questions that Tantra deals with and for which it also offers some excellent answers. According to Tantra, the mind and awareness are two distinct entities. Okay. Mind and awareness are distinct entities. Fair enough. Just as there is an individual mind and a cosmic mind, there is also an individual awareness and a cosmic awareness. Both are inherent in man. He is born with them and they live on. Okay, he is born with them and they live on even after the body decays and the mind disintegrates. This individual awareness is known as Chetana, also defined as individual consciousness. The most significant quality of Chetana is illumination. Chetana is described as self illumined because it does not require any outside knowledge or outside agency for illuminating the jnana. Okay, I'll have to read this again. Chetana, which is individual awareness. So, individual awareness is described as self illumined which means lightening, shedding, throwing light on it. The person himself throwing light on his chetna, that is self-illumined. It's a light which is lighting itself, because it does not require any outside agency for illuminating the jnana, yes, of course, or knowledge inherent within it. Yeah. Thus, it is the sum total of what you are, and acts as the propelling force that unites you with the cosmic awareness. This cosmic union is a unique experience which completely transforms the mind by exploding the atom of knowledge and bliss within it. The entire effort of Tantra has always been to achieve this transformation. Every practice prescribed is solely for this purpose and no other. Okay, this subchapter ends, and next subchapter is called Agama and Nigama. Before that, let's check some comments again. Tamasa can also be chaos, apathy, dark ignorance. For yogins, tamasa is a bad attribute. Non-aligned is saying, hi, try some practice. Mostly all this is about one's own personal experience. Yeah. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, the famous slokas line from dark to light. Oh yeah, Tamsoma, yes. Bro, show the book, please. I just got here. The link is given in the description, Afin. Okay, I hope you buy it. Niranjan da, these are deep concept pages ka explanation ho jayega. Okay, Odin, you are 1 year older than me, okay? Don't think that I'm that old looking. Nina is saying good quoting Veda, yes. Nina is saying exactly what I mean. If we are in the darkness and we are devoid of truth, therefore we will conduct whatever information we find first. So even sattva is not ultimate. Yogis are ultimately pushed to achieve the state of trigunatita, beyond the three gunas. Tantra is known as agama. Okay, every time, unfortunately, I read the word tantra here, it reminds me that one of the first discos was called Tantra in, in Kolkata. The way Tantra is described here, it gives me a jarring shock as to what Tantra means to Kolkata people. Tantra is known as Agama, as opposed to the Vedas, which are known as Nigama. Agama means to carry on or go forward. The Agamas are older than the Vedas. Okay, guys, where are the communist historians? I think we are getting into some pre-Vedic, pre-Aryan Hinduism here, which is why the obsession with the tribal deities like Shiva and the Shakti worship, etc. We are at odds with tribalism and Brahminism, guys. Okay, so the Agamas are older than the Vedas. In fact, they are as old as man himself. The birth of Agama took place with man's first appearance on this earth, as he passed on the knowledge and experiences he had gained. Agama is not opposed to change and adaptation according to the circumstances and situations that confront man. It readily accepts new ideas or thoughts that are beneficial in man's quest to know himself. Thus, many ideas have been added down through the ages as man became more and more aware of the world around him. This is a very nice thing, because so many things are, what are the best practices of a time or a situation or a profession, that has to keep evolving, more aware of the world around him, thereby increasing the vibrancy and dynamism of the agamas. Sage Atharvan classified and coded the agamas that existed under the name of Tantra and consolidated them in the Atharva Veda, which was named after him. Okay, so Atharvan, अच्छा, ऋषि अथर्वन के नाम से अथर्व वेदा है. Prior to that, there were only three Vedas. He is responsible for the fourth. He lived in Haryana, and Rishi Vyasa, who was his contemporary, often visited him. On the account of its antiquity, because of it being so old, Tantra has always had a primitive quality and a purity too. In order to practice Tantra, one has to shed many of the conditionings acquired as a social animal. Many tantric practices are shunned by society and religion because they leave no room for compromise. The tantric faces life squarely. Can science make any compromises with its discoveries? No. The scientist is ready to give up everything he has believed in the event that it is proved wrong. So too is the approach in Tantra. The scientist is aware of the complexities of the universe, and the tantric is aware of the complexities of man. New revelations are always being made about man and the universe, and at the same time, they both remain forever a mystery. In this way, Tantra and science leave room for both eventualities. The word Tantra is made up of two syllables, Tanoti, which means expansion, and Trayati, liberation. Tantra, okay, expansion and liberation, yeah, which we already discussed. Thus, the word Tantra has vast connotations. It signifies the expansion of mind and liberation of energy from the clutches of matter, whereby the light of consciousness illuminates the entire being. What exactly is expansion of mind? Ordinarily, you see, ordinarily you see, hear, feel, think, and act throughout the medium of the senses, but there is a dimension where you can experience sound, smell, form, taste, and touch in the absence of any external object without the medium of the senses, and that is known as the expansion of mind. When the mind dissociates from sensory perception through the practice of pratyahara or sensory withdrawal, pratyahara, 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 and turns its attention to the chetna or awareness residing within that watch and okay, when the mind dissociates from sensory perception through the practice of pratyahara or sensory withdrawal and turns its attention to the chetna or awareness residing within that and awareness residing within that watches and oversees everything, then all the finite boundaries are broken and it assumes the quality of consciousness, which is expansion. Okay, let's discuss this once more. When the mind dissociates from sensory perception through the practice of pratyahara or sensory withdrawal and turns its attention to the chetna or awareness residing within that watches and oversees everything, then all the finite boundaries are broken and it assumes the quality of consciousness, which is expansion. In Sanskrit, consciousness is known as Brahman, which is derived from the root bri, meaning to expand. Consciousness, br. Consciousness is forever expanding and reaching out everywhere. It is not limited or restricted in any way. Thus, it gives the experience of the physical world that exists in time. Okay? Thus, it gives the experience of the physical world that exists in time and space, as well as the metaphysical world which exists beyond time and space. Consciousness gives you that. Consciousness is forever expanding and reaching out everywhere. It is not limited or restricted in any way, and therefore it gives you the experience of both the physical world and the metaphysical world. As consciousness expands everywhere, it knows everything and thus has been defined as absolute knowledge. The final aim of Tantra is to give man absolute knowledge. Imagine a society where men and women have attained this state. Is this not a solution to many of our problems? So, through the practices of Tantra, man seeks his own individual liberation, but society and the world are liberated as a consequence. Through the practices of Tantra, man seeks his own individual liberation, but society and the world are liberated as a consequence because everyone is liberating themselves. This is why Hinduism has so much space for individuality. Okay, now a subchapter begins. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, a tantric text of the Shaiva tradition. एवोल्यूशन पे एक दिन स्ट्रीम करो. एवोल्यूशन पे मैं क्या स्ट्रीम करूं? आई एम नॉट अ साइंटिस्ट. बायोलॉजिस्ट लोग एवोल्यूशन पे स्ट्रीम करेंगे. Okay, let me check some comments. Ninari Singh, even Sanjay Dixit had some discussion on this where he mentioned that Tamasik is not evil, it is different. I don't remember which video this was in though. Okay, maybe with Subhash Kak. मैं कमेंट पढ़ के नीनरी सिंह बोल दिया दादा ने. ओ मेरा कमेंट पढ़ के अच्छा अच्छा मेरे साथ स्कैम हो गया इस बार. Nina, exactly what I mean. If we are in darkness, we are devoid of truth. Yes, yes. Okay, Arun is saying yes. Swatantra, the tantra of self-control, or in the case of India, self-rule. Yeah, Ganatantra. The tantra of self-control. Both Shiva and Ma are known only by Veda. Both of them gave us tantra for Kali Yuga, where people who do not follow Vedachar or tribals can get the same knowledge. Referred Shabara hunters in Mahabharata. Okay. Nina is saying Tantra is Tan plus Tra, where Tan is body, and just like Mantra, where Man is heart. Yeah. So Tantra means where body acts in a way, I think. Yeah. Tanoti is expansion, Trayati is liberation. Tanoti and Trayati, that is Tantra, according to at least this Rishi, Sannyasin. Makes you think a lot. Okay. Now, the practices described in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra are all methods for expanding the mind or awareness, thereby releasing the energy locked up in the gross matter which constitutes the body. Thus, it is classified as a tantric text of the Shaiva tradition, not as a text of yoga, although many of these practices are also taught in yoga. Actually, Tantra and yoga are one and the same. Yoga is union, as in Bengali we say jog and biog, because jog basically means addition in Bengal, and Tantra is expansion through the state of union. Okay, nice concept, tough concept. Okay, so yoga is union, Tantra is expansion through the state of union. The sacred tradition of Shiva is known as Shaivism. Shiva's antecedents are so remote that it is difficult to separate fact from fiction. However, it is certain that he was a yogi who attained the highest spiritual eminence, that of supreme consciousness, through intense and rigorous spiritual life. Today, he is worshipped throughout the length and breadth of the Indian subcontinent and far beyond as the supreme awareness into which everything merges and dissolves. He is the bestower of boons. His followers are known as Shaivites, just as the followers of the sacred tradition of Vishnu are known as Vaishnavites, and those of the Shakti tradition are known as Shaktas. My family used to be Vaishnavites before we turned communist. We are now Marxists. Mana is mind, not heart. Oh, अच्छा, yeah. ये अरिन हमारा हमारा गाइड है यहाँ पे. Actually, Arinda, he's older than me. Those tantra go against dharma, not according to this book. But Dada, you have been very tired last few days. ঠিক করে খাচ্ছ তো? Because my sleep cycle keeps changing every week. Amar, same tantra instructs a set if practitioners to give up Vedachar. Oh, okay. Apart from these three traditions, in ancient times, there were two more which still exist today in some regions of India. They are Ganapatya, oh, worshippers of Ganesha, found in Maharashtra, and Saura, worshippers of the sun, found in Bihar. Thus, you have Shaiva Tantra, Vaishnava Tantra, Shakta Tantra, Saura Tantra, and Ganapatya Tantra. The underlying beliefs of these traditions are derived from Tantra. What? Which is the mother of all philosophies, traditions, sects, beliefs, and practices. Tantra is the oldest spiritual culture in the world, even older than the Vedas. Commie historians are going to have a field day with this. Pre-Vedic, pre-Aryan cheese. Within these traditions, there are further divisions that can be identified by three distinct systems of thought. They are Advaita, knowledge of the one supreme reality; Dvaita, knowledge of one supreme reality that appears as duality in the relative world. Okay, and Traita, where the one supreme reality appears as threefold. This is the age old question whether the supreme reality is one, two, or many. Sri Vigyan Bhairav Tantra resolves this question by asserting that it is all of these. Yes, yes, why not? It postulates one reality or consciousness which has two aspects, transcendental and immanent. Not imminent, immanent, okay? The former, the transcendental, is beyond manifestation, and the latter pervades the universe of manifest phenomena in a multiplicity of forms. Both are real, says Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, for the effect cannot be different from the cause. Aha. This supreme consciousness eternally alternates between two phrases, rest and action, that is, transcendent and immanent. The transcendental phase is a period of potentiality, technically described as the state of pralaya or dissolution, when matter becomes dormant in the bosom of consciousness. The immanent phase, where matter becomes manifest, is technically called srishti. Okay? The immanent phase, where matter becomes manifest, is technically called Srishti, creation. In this way, consciousness is eternally expressing itself through its passive and active phases. Shaivism too is further divided into two main systems: Kashmir Shaivism, which flourished in northern India, and Shaiva Siddhanta, which flourished in southern India. Kashmir was the birthplace of Shaivism. Eminent scholars, saints, and pundits born there expounded its philosophy as well as codifying and explaining its practices. It is a sublime philosophy classified as the Spanda Shastras, doctrine of vibration, and Pratyabhigya, doctrine of recognition, Pratyabhigya. In very classical and technical terms, it describes the root of creation as spandan, vibration. Obviously, that is correct scientifically. And how the individual can once again recognize his true nature or the essence of reality. Wow. Hindus who know sound engineering and sound engineering students, sound engineers who are devout Hindus, they will have real fun time understanding this, or studying about these things. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is a text of Kashmir Shaivism and forms a part of Rudrayamala Tantra. This literally means the Tantra of the union between Rudra and his Shakti. Call me historian ko bulao. This literally means the Tantra of the union between Rudra and his Shakti, which in modern terms represents the union of consciousness and energy. This text expounds the Trika philosophy, which relates to the Traita system of thought and is the basis of Shaivism as it flourished in Kashmir in the 7th century. Trika, as the name implies, deals with the threefold principle of Shakti or energy, Para, Parapara, and Apara. The first principle, Para, is the reality perceived as transcendent. The second, Apara, is the reality perceived as immanent. The third, Parapara, is the intermediate stage when traces of both are perceived. These three divisions of Shakti or energy are expressed through the triple division of Shiva, Shakti, and Nara, or consciousness, energy, and matter. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, being essentially based on the Trika philosophy, describes how to experience that supreme state of consciousness which is transcendental and immanent in its pristine purity. Okay, now a subchapter begins. Author of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Okay, let me check some comments before that. Too bad Rohan Shatra isn't here. Yes. Sorry, I meant to say heart than the mind. Okay. Arden, the heart also has neural links just like the brain. You can think with the mind slightly less than with the brain. Rudrayamal Tantra. Yeah, Rudrayamal Tantra. আর একটা ফর নাদার শব্দ ব্রহ্ম জানতে হলে বাক্যপাদ্য বাক্যপদিয়া বাই ভাতৃহরি ভারতৃহরি. Just give me a minute. Okay. Now let's discuss author of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, who wrote this book, not the translator. As the awareness increases through sadhana, varying stages of consciousness are experienced. Although these experiences are perceived by the mind and remembered by the chitta, memory, they belong to a higher realm of existence. These states are classified as the Sapta Bhumikas, or 7 levels of existence. The first is Bhu, which corresponds to the gross physical awareness, followed by Bhuva, which is the intermediate plane between the physical and the divine. And beyond Bhuva is Swaha, which corresponds to the plane of divinity where the experiences are full of luminosity, radiance, and light. The next plane is Maha. The next plane is Maha, the abode of realized beings, the saints and siddhas. Jana is the next plane of the seers or rishis who can create worlds and manifest matter. This is followed by Tapa, which is the plane of liberated souls, and the highest is Satya, the level of absolute truth. These planes of existence are like a ladder with 7 rungs with which the awareness must ascend in order to experience the ultimate truth. Tantra says that these sapta bhumikas, or seven states of consciousnesses, are enshrined within each one of us, and describes in meticulous detail the different experiences a sadhaka undergoes on this journey. These different states of awareness have been clearly defined, categorized, and explained in the tantric texts, and they are also represented by the different tantric sects. For instance, the Ghoras are a sect of tantrics whose consciousness is described as being totally attuned with nature. They can understand, converse with, influence, as well as control all natural phenomena. Nothing in nature or creation is abhorrent to them because they experience total and complete unity with nature. The Paramhansas are a sect whose consciousness is established beyond the state of duality. The word Paramhamsa means the great swan. It is a befitting word to describe this state of awareness, as here the consciousness is so refined that it begins to separate the essence from the form, in much the same way as the swan is able to separate milk from water. At this point, the awareness is threefold, sometimes inner, sometimes outer, and often both simultaneously. The Vairagis are another sect of tantric practitioners whose experience intense okay who experience the Vairagis experience intense detachment from the material phenomena and an attraction or pull towards the spiritual. The word Vairagya means non-attachment, and the Vairagis are known to transcend matter, which is a very rare and elevated state of awareness. Very few people in this world have true and constant Vairagya. Sannyasa is also an ancient order whose roots are found in the tantric tradition, and it represents a state of consciousness where there is total surrender to the universal consciousness. The totality of one's the totality of one's being, the body, mind, and soul, is offered to the will of the divine. Is offered to the will of the divine. This is a choiceless awareness and very difficult to sustain. To become constant in this state of awareness, one must seek a guru or illumined being and live in total surrender in order to imbibe this awareness from him. The word sannyasa means trustee. A sannyasi is a trustee of all that he is and entrusts himself to the higher will to use as he with capital H, as he wants. The basis of surrender is inner faith, without which surrender does not flourish and blossom as it should. Acha. The basis of surrender is inner faith, without which surrender does not flourish and blossom as it should. Bhairava is another tantric sect which represents a higher state of consciousness where the awareness is able to perceive and experience the three principles of creation, sustenance, and annihilation. This is an epithet of Shiva, who is Bhairava, and his consort Parvati is Bhairavi. Just as sannyasa is both a state of mind and an order, okay, just as sannyasa is both a state of mind and an order known as Dashnam, so too there is an order or sampradaya known as Bhairava. In this tradition, there are eight Bhairavas known as Batuka, Batuka Bhairava, Kala Bhairava, Shanta Bhairava, Ananda Bhairava, Vijnana Bhairava, and so on. Do you know what MM Kiravani, the RRR Bahubali's composer, his son's name is? His son is the composer for वो जो कार्तिकेय 2 सिनेमा आया था. His name is Kal Bhairava. Wait, I feel like I have read this somewhere. I see. How many here have been given the correct pronunciations of the Gayatri Mantra? Vishwamitra incoming. Bhratrihari. Okay, Bhratrihari. Bhratrihari. Okay. Batuka Bhairava, Kala Bhairava, Shanta Bhairava, Ananda Bhairava, Vijnana Bhairava, and so on. Perhaps they were disciples. Oh, now this author Swami Satyasangananda is speculating. Nice. I love these historical speculations. Okay. Perhaps they were disciples of Shiva who attained that state under his tutelage and were given that epithet, just as sannyasins today have 10 names such as Saraswati, Puri, Giri, and so on. In that sense, it may not be wrong to surmise that Vijnana Bhairav Tantra is an epithet on Tantra written by a person known as Vijnan Bhairava. Just as you have the Yoga Sutras by Patanjali, the Dharma Shastras by Jaimini, etc., so too you have the Tantra by Vijnana Bhairava. Perhaps the dialogue between Shiva and Parvati took place in his presence. This is fascinating speculations. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra was evidently written when this philosophy was at its zenith or pinnacle. Each philosophy has a life that can be divided into three periods: growth, establishment, and decline. The directness and strength of the assertions made by the author point to the fact that Vigyan Bhairav Tantra was written when this philosophy was fully accepted and very popular. At the time of growth and decline, a philosophy is compelled to add unnecessary ideas and beliefs in order to survive. But when it is at its peak, this is a fun observation, right? अननेसेसरी आइडियाज एंड बिलीव्स घुसाना पड़ता है जब जब उसको पॉपुलराइज करना पड़ता है या फिर जब वो डिक्लाइन में जाता है उसको बचाने के लिए. जब वो एस्टेब्लिश हो गया है तब वो प्योरिटी में रहता है. But when it is at its peak, it does not have to compromise and can say exactly what it wants to. The book itself is a masterpiece, and every sadhaka will realize that. Without fuss and fanfare, it describes many different ways to focus and hold the awareness so that inner illumination can occur. It is an encyclopedia on Tantra, as it sums up its multifaceted philosophy through simple and clear instructions on practices that lead to expansion of mind and liberation of energy. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is an invaluable text for anyone who wants to know what Tantra really is and what it has to offer. The text is presented in the form of a dialogue between Shiva and his consort, Parvati, and in the very first shloka, we eavesdrop on a conversation between them. This is an exchange between two lovers, who also happen to be husband and wife, as well as guru and disciple, and represent the universal principles of consciousness and energy. They are extraordinary in the sense that they have attained luminosity and shine with knowledge. At one time, they must have walked on this earth like you and me, but today they are worshipped as Devta and Devi, the illumined ones. This divine couple often have such dialogues. Parvati, the kinetic energy principle, raises some high sounding metaphysical and philosophical questions, and Shiva, the conscious or intelligent principle, answers them. These dialogues are the basis of the Agamas. They were revealed to enlightened sadhakas and then passed down through successive ages. Tantra says these revelations are the birthright of each one of us. This knowledge is inherent in us, but we cannot avail ourselves of it until and unless there is expansion of mind and liberation of energy. Then we too can overhear the dialogues between Shiva and his consort Parvati. One may wonder why Parvati, who is illumined herself, needs to ask these questions of Shiva. Surely she must know all the answers, as she is not different to Shiva. They are both knowledge personified, and it is their anugraha or grace that compels them to present this knowledge to us for our evolution. It is their love for humankind and intense desire for their upliftment that motivates them to discuss these matters. She is primordial energy, and he is primordial consciousness. Let me underline this line. She is primordial energy, Shakti, and he is primordial consciousness, Shiva. He is grace and she is receptivity, Anugraha, receptivity. As an evolute of consciousness, she is a part of him. Still, there is a need to raise this question because he is the principle of knowledge and she is the principle, not principle, okay, principle. And she is the principle of experience. Shiva is the principle of knowledge. Okay, next subchapter begins. It's called creation. Okay, I have to just move away a little bit. Wait a while. Too many mosquitoes, guys. Off. तब से मैं इनको नीचे लेकर पढ़ रहा हूँ. Okay, let me check some comments. Maximus Prime, what's your real name? Why? तेरा कुंडली बनाना है TMC के IT wing में submit करूंगा तेरा information. Okay. I have been. Where have you been? uh, Arin Bhatrihari. How many have been given the correct enunciation? Okay, Arin has been given. Okay, at least they were truthful. Who was truthful? Okay, I agree with him completely in that I also believe these gods too walked on our earth and were simply the greatest among humans in those times, achieving the highest possible stuffs imaginable. Yeah, which is why Ramayana is itihasa. ये बंगाली में भी मच्छर को मच्छर ही बोलते हैं क्या? नो, वी कॉल इट मॉशा. Creation. Classically, there are no barriers of knowledge between Shiva and Shakti as long as they are united. अरे एक और पेन है यहाँ पे. No barriers between Shiva and Shakti. However, when Shiva sends Shakti forth to create the manifest world through her three attributes of Jnana, Kriya, and Ichha, the limitations appear in the form of doubts on account of the separation. Wow, this is getting deep now. Let's get go through this once again. Okay. So, when Shiva sends Shakti forward to create the manifest world through her three attributes, Jnana, knowledge, Kriya, action, and Ichha, will, knowledge, action, will, the limitations appear in the form of doubts on account of the separation. So, because of the separation, the doubts appear. Because when Jnana, Kriya, knowledge is unified, when Shiva is unified with Shakti, तब वो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मगर जबकि शिवा शक्ति को भेज रहे हैं in order to create, that's when the differences and the doubts have to appear, and then they have to be addressed. This is the same plight which the jiva, the individual soul, finds itself in where it is separated from the cosmic soul. Finds itself separate when it is separate from the cosmic soul, individual soul. Jeeb. Doubts and dissensions appear as the experience of unity with the cosmic soul. Okay. Doubts and dissensions appear as the experience of unity with the cosmic soul, fades into memory, and only a dim recollection of it remains. It is similar to losing something very precious and striving to find it once again. The jiva spends the entire life doing just that. But on account of this lapse of awareness, he looks for his counterpart in the objects of the world rather than within. Okay. But on account of this lapse of awareness, he looks for his counterpart in the objects of the world rather than within. Just as Shakti initiates the dialogue, we raise questions as to the nature of the highest reality, Param Shiva. It is not that we do not know the answers, but we have forgotten and need to be reminded. So, Shiva reminds Parvati of his true nature, and through her, we too are reminded. Shakti is the medium of Shiva. She transmits his grace, knowledge, and compassion to us. Without Shakti, Shiva remains inert, motionless, and immersed in self contemplation. She is the doorway to Shiva and brings him alive for us. She creates that experience in us, for she is the creative matrix or mother of the universe. In the doctrine of Kashmir Shaivism, the source of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. So, in the doctrine of Kashmir Shaivism, which is the source of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Shiva is described as the ultimate reality in which there is no distinction of subject or object. He is Prakasha, the eternal light which illumines everything. His cosmic counterpart, Shakti, is described as Vimarsha, the Swabhava or nature of Shiva. Vimarsha is that aspect of Prakasha by which it knows itself. Shakti is the mirror, so to speak, in which Shiva realizes his own grandeur. This is why the feminine principle or Shakti is most important in Tantra. Without her consent, the experience of Shiva is just not possible. He reveals himself only through her, thus initiating the process of evolution. At the cosmic level, she remains forever by his side, entwined around him, seated in his lap in a loving embrace. But when Shiva has the will to create, he sends Shakti forth with her three attributes, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, and Ichha Shakti, which are transformed into into Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, the three gunas or qualities of nature. Jnana Shakti. Okay, let me just mark this. Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, Ichha Shakti. The interplay of these gunas gives rise to the manifest world, and they are present in each and every speck of creation in different proportions. True. Tantric philosophy postulates that the universe of matter and energy has evolved out of primordial nature or Shakti, who represents pure energy. True. Her cosmic counterpart and co creator is Shiva, or pure consciousness, who exists as conscious intelligence distinct from her and her derivatives. In the original state, Shiva is forever immanent and eternal, but inactive, as opposed to Shakti, who is forever immanent and eternal, but active. Although Shiva and Shakti separate momentarily, giving rise to the individual consciousness, in their cosmic manifestation, they forever exist side by side. So, there are both cosmic and individual aspects of Shiva and Shakti. In the individual aspect, okay, so there are both cosmic and individual aspects of Shiva and Shakti. Great. In the individual aspect, Shiva and Shakti appear as dual forces only due to the obscuring power of Maya, the illusory force inherent in the Shakti principle. Shiva and Shakti together give rise to the Avyakta, the unmanifest cosmos, as well as the Vyakta or manifest universe. The first manifestation of the cosmic process of creation are known as Nada, Bindu, and Kala. Nada literally means vibration as a part of the unmanifest creation. It exists as the cosmic vibration or spandan. In the Vyakta or manifest creation, it exists as the sound of varying frequencies. Bindu represents a point or nucleus, and Kala is a ray or force which emanates from the nucleus or Bindu due to vibrations created by Nada. The cosmic manifestations of Shiva and Shakti as Nada, Bindu, and Kala interact and give rise to the gross and subtle elements of which man is composed. It is considered that the human being is composed of 36 tattvas or elements that cover the entire spectrum of human existence and experience on the gross, subtle, and causal levels. So, on the one hand, we are pure, untainted, conscious. So, on the one hand, we are pure, untainted consciousness, and on the other hand, we are also gross, tangible matter. In order to realize our source, we will have to refine the perception of ourselves. While most religions and philosophies have advocated moral and spiritual disciplines to accomplish this refinement, Tantra advocates abhyasa, okay, or constant unbroken practice. But other religions and philosophies have advocated moral and spiritual disciplines, okay. Now a subchapter begins for upayas and processes. Oh, Baba Black Sheep is saying, oh, Har Har Mahadev. बंगाली में बोलता को क्या बोलता? Those that you call devta or gods are your ancestors. In other words, we are all sons and daughters of gods, meaning we are all gods. Good night. Yes. Good night. चलो घुमपाচ্ছে কাল শুনবো. Yes. Good night, guys. Good night, not guys. Good night, Odin. काल अकाल महादेव आदि अनंत महादेव कोना कोना महादेव योगी महादेव हर हर महादेव. Bah. Okay. 4 upayas or processes. The range of sadhana according to Tantra and more specifically Kashmir Shaivism has been broadly classified under 4 heads known as upayas, means or processes. These 4 upayas are Anupaya, Anavopaya, Shaktopaya, and Shambhavopaya. Interestingly, upaya is used today in Bengali exactly in the same way and in the same context. Although these classifications may coincide with the sadhana traditions according to other philosophies, they are distinctly related to the system of Trika philosophy, which forms the basis of Kashmir Shaivism. Okay, listen to this once again. Although these classifications may coincide with the sadhana traditions according to other philosophies as well, they are distinctly related to the system of Trika philosophy, which forms the basis of Kashmir Shaivism. Anu means little, and anupaya occurs when the spiritual state is attained through little or no means. Just a casual hint from the guru is enough for the aspirant to enter the mystic state. Such a rare case is known as anupaya, and naturally it is intended only for the advanced aspirant. Anava, Shakta, and Sambhava upayas are definite techniques through which inner realization dawns, but Anupaya has no technique. It just happens on account of grace, which is showered on the sadhaka. The practices in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra all fall under these four upayas. However, they are not watertight compartments. Okay. The aspirant has to pass from Anava to Shakta and finally to Sambhava. One upaya leads to another, and the realization of Sambhavopaya is the highest. Okay, let me just underline this. One upaya leads to another, and the realization of Sambhavopaya is the highest. Shambhavopaya. In Sambhavopaya, the means of approach to the divine is alertness, which is passive, not aggressive. The alertness is fully directed to the present moment, not the past or the future. Okay, the alertness is fully directed to the present moment, not the past or the future. You have to be alert about and aware about the present. This upaya is amply illustrated in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Many of the practices employ this upaya to raise the awareness. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra advocates awareness of the present moment and what one may be experiencing at that time. There is a sense of choicelessness in this upaya, as there is no object or support on which the awareness is to be steadied or fixed. Rather, the awareness is withdrawn and ceases to play an active role, thereby becoming supportless. When the awareness loses its accustomed support, it turns within. But as it does not know what to expect there, it has no choice. There is an element of spontaneity in this state, and it is highly creative as the alertness becomes steady and vigilant. This is the state of watchful awareness. In Shaktopaya 2, the awareness is not steadied on any object. There is no concentration or meditation on anything. In this upaya, the awareness is used for seeking the source from where it has arisen and for seriously turning the philosophical attention towards what exactly is meant by the I or self. It is used to experience and thus understand the deeper significance of mantras and the supreme consciousness, which is the source of all mantras. By focusing on this upaya, the awareness is elevated through the bhavna faith, sanctified. Okay. By focusing on this upaya, the Shaktopaya, the awareness is elevated through the bhavana of faith, sanctified and ultimately transformed by the energy of the mantra, so that the aspirant intuitively realizes the supreme reality, which is his own self. Shaktopaya is also not possible for everyone. It is intended for those who are already spiritually oriented. It is a process of self inquiry. Ramana Maharishi is the best example of Shaktopaya. The alambana or support. Oh, alambayan. The alambana or support of the awareness in Shaktopaya is the essential self, which is a very fluid support. In Anavopaya, the case is different. Here, Anu, the limited, conditioned individual, takes up some limited aspect, such as buddhi, prana, or some object in space from which he starts his practice of dharana. He uses this as a support in order to concentrate the full potential of his awareness on one specific thing. Most practitioners come under this category. They are unable to focus the awareness on the present moment unless they have an alambana or support. This support is selected on the basis of one's swabhava, okay, habit, swabhav, your personal characteristics, swabhava, the innate or inherent nature which one is born with, shobhab in Bengali, not on the social, moral, or religious nature which one picks up as one goes along. Shobhab ki tomar. Now, next subchapter begins awareness of the present moment. Okay, Dishani Roy is here. She's a friend and she is very deep. She has very deep learning and understanding of Indian philosophies. Well, let me just kill some mosquitoes once again. Hello, Dishani. She she uh, she used to be my early guide for these topics. Okay, I used to learn a lot from her. She used to know more about Indic philosophy than me. She still does actually. She's a she's a topper in sociology, but she has some expertise in Indic philosophy as well. Even though and her professors are also spend a lot of time studying Indic philosophy. Awareness of the present moment. The innate nature has spontaneous likes and dislikes, and the support is chosen on the basis of what one is naturally drawn to, so that the awareness is completely absorbed by it and thereby drawn to the present moment. This is a very important factor in meditation. Every practitioner has to know that unless he can remain in the present moment, the awareness cannot enter the area of timelessness. In this state, the past, the present, and future become one timeless entity, transcending time, space, and object, wherein the self, which is beyond these three aspects of material existence, is experienced. In actual fact, to progress in sadhana, what the sadhaka has to realize is that the divisions of time which we have created are not real. Time is absolute, but it exists only in the present. As far as the dimensions of time is concerned, there is no past or future, just the present which we experience every moment. Past and future are a fallacy in relation to time. If they appear real to us, it is only because we relate time to events. But this is an absolute wrong understanding of time, and which is why J.S. Deepak says that after Abrahamic colonization and mainly European colonization, they also monopolized the concept of time. Past and present exist only in relation to events. It is the mind that associates past experiences with an imaginary time frame. In actual, in actual fact, the past does not exist, nor does the future. But we imagine them to be real because the mind continues to relive past impressions of events that have created a strong impact on it, or projects itself into the future and hallucinates about what will happen, say, 10 years from now. This does not mean that the future is real, for you may cease to exist before that. It is only the mind that perceives it as such because it is habituated to brooding over events that have occurred, and on the basis of past experience, it projects into the future. Baba Black Sheep, yes, what question, bro? Dishani, why the dot dot dot? In Sanskrit, time is known as Kala, that which devours and consumes everything in creation. Shiva is known as Mahakala, the great time, and his consort is Kali, the destroyer of time. She is depicted standing on top of Shiva, wearing a garland of skulls. Her tongue hangs out, dripping with blood, and she holds a noose and sharp weapons in her hands. Kali symbolizes the death or eradication of our false notions of time relating to past and future. Shiva is Mahakala, and Kali is the destroyer of time. Okay, his consort is Kali. Kali symbolizes death or eradication of our false notions of time relating to past and future, while Mahakala symbolizes timelessness. So when Vigyan Bhairav Tantra says to live in the present, what it actually means is that the sadhaka has to separate the mind from events and connect it to time in the absolute sense, or kala. Therefore, the sadhaka is asked to fix his mind on an object so that he remains focused in the present. The mind may repeatedly wander and stray to events that have happened in life, but he has to bring it back to the object. With practice, the awareness becomes steady, fixed, and focused on the object and on the object and on the space that it occupies in the present moment on time. Gradually, the three, time, space, and object, merge into one another, time, space, and object, and there is an explosive experience at the nucleus or bindu of the psychic centers where they meet. These centers are within the physical body and are vortexes of nadis or pranic currents that carry the flow of vital energy throughout the body. Now, our next subchapter begins called Role of Dharana in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra and Yoga. Uh, the Sutra of Sambhavopaya is Chaitanya Matma. The awareness is light. In Shaktopaya, the sutra is Chittam Mantra, which means the awareness is mantra. Okay, so in one case, Chitta hai Atma, Chaitanyam Atma, Chittam Mantra. The awareness is mantra. In Anavopaya, the first sutra is Chittam Atma. The awareness is Atma. In Shaktopaya, Jnana is emphasized. And in Anavopaya, Kriya. These upayas can be classified as dharana, which means total focus. Total focus. Dharana is total focus on any one object, thought, idea, feeling, remembrance, person, or act. The word dharana literally means to hold or to possess. Dharan. Dharna actually. Oh, so pakad dhar ke lao. Dharna is actually not dharna as in the protests, but dhar ke lana. In Eastern India, that's how we say. In Bengali also we use this exact word. So that has come from this word dharan. The state of dharana is attained when you are able to hold or possess something to the exclusion of all else in chidakasha, the space of consciousness. Oh, space of consciousness. So chit akasha, okay? Chidakasha. Success in dharana leads to dhyana or meditation. Okay, here dhyana is meditation. So how that happens? When you have success in dharana, which is the state of complete, okay, dhyana or meditation, which is the state of complete and spontaneous absorption in the object of dharana. Then you are led without any effort to the state of consciousness, okay? Then you are led without any effort to the state of consciousness known as Bhairava. The upayas or uh, the upayas or means of approaching the enlightened state as described in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Okay, the upayas or means of approaching the enlightened state as described in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra all come under the practice of dharana. Most yoga sadhakas or practitioners are familiar with this term. It is the sixth stage of Ashtanga Yoga, the eightfold path of yoga, which immediately precedes dhyana or meditation. Dharana is one pointed focus on something, and dhyana is the state of total unbroken awareness of that thing. Dharana is focus on something, and dhyana is the total unbroken awareness of that thing. Okay, one is focus, one is awareness. Total awareness means awareness of only one thing and no other, whether it is a form, an idea, a feeling, an act, or an experience. To attain this state, you can choose anything that can spontaneously, effortlessly, and totally absorb you, body, mind, and soul. This absorption leads to samadhi or total illumination. From this, it can be understood how important the practice of dharana is in the path to enlightenment. Without perfection of dharana, no progress can be made in this direction. Okay? This absorption leads to samadhi or total illumination. From this, it can be understood how important the practice of dharana is in the path to enlightenment. Without perfection of dharana, no progress can be made in this direction. In fact, once dharana is mastered, the aspirant does not have to make any further effort to attain enlightenment. Dhyana or meditation and samadhi, inner illumination, follow as a natural consequence of dharana. If any effort at all has to be made, it is only to sustain that experience in our lives, in our daily lives. Okay, so Maximus is saying dharana in one word could be described as grasp. Yes, exactly. যার জন্য বাংলায় বলে আংটি ধারণ করা, মানে আংটিটাকে আঙুলে ধরে রাখা. Sustain that experience in our daily lives. In yoga, the aspirant is asked to master the disciplines of yama and niyama, which are codes of conduct for the body and mind. Then he has to master asana. the body postures, and pranayama, the breathing techniques, which camera theek hai? Haan. Which stimulate the flow of energy, balance, and direct it to the higher centers. After this, he has to achieve the enormous task of pratyahara, withdrawal of the senses and awareness from the external stimuli and directing them within. Then in dharana, the awareness is focused on whatever object he chooses to create mentally. The only difference is that the object he creates within is not comprised of matter, but of consciousness, okay? The only difference is that the object he creates within is not comprised of matter, obviously, but of consciousness. Yeah. Later, when the okay, Dishani is saying to hold dharan, to intuit dharana. Right. Even in Bengali, that's how we say dharana kara. Taking cue from the act of grasping, literally, right? I was wondering if there are any specific instructions about hands in the sense of mudras. Yeah, that is the content of the rest of the book, Dishani. We are reading the introduction part, no, not the actual primary source translation parts. That's where they will get into this, which I won't read publicly. Uh, so then in dharana, the awareness is focused on whatever object he chooses to create mentally. The only difference is that the object he creates within is not comprised of matter but of consciousness, obviously. Later, when the aspirant becomes proficient in this art, he can even create the same thing in the tangible world for all to see. Many yogis have attained this state and become co creators. In relation to yoga, the system of Tantra, and more specifically Vijnana Bhairav Tantra, takes up the spiritual journey from a higher point. It does not impose the codes of conduct and other preliminary steps of yoga, but simply asks one to select a point of dharana and dive deep into it. Now, obstacles in sadhana. We are all subject to the pull of gravity on account of which we forever rotate in the cycle of creation. We are unable to get out of that pull because of our mental material existence, which makes us heavy and tamasic in a physical as well as spiritual sense. Quite literally, in the meditative process, we have to become light. When this lightness pervades our being, then it becomes possible to break out of the pull of gravity and experience luminosity, radiance, knowledge, and peace. There is a transition period for the awareness. Okay? There is a transition period for the awareness when it leaves the field of gravity and enters other dimensions. Difficulties can occur before the awareness becomes accustomed to and stabilized in these dimensions. Then again, if there is some fault in the process of sadhana, these difficulties obstruct the success of the sadhaka's endeavor. Yeah, this is because Prakriti or nature steps in and prevents the sadhaka from making further progress by creating uh, some samshaya, doubt. Okay, in Bengali we pronounce it as shongshaya, alasya, laziness, nidraha, sleep, bhaya, fear, and dosha, disease. Okay, or in Bengali, dosha means a crime or a fault. Other than that, all of these words are meant exactly the same way in Bengali. Interesting. These obstructions are inbuilt and natural. Often you may not even realize that nature is trying to tell you that something has gone wrong. Perhaps you are doing too much sadhana, or your diet is incorrect, or you have not received or followed the instructions from the guru. You have to learn to read the signals so that when obstructions occur during sadhana, you are aware of them and can take the appropriate measures. For instance, excess practice, wrong diet, arising of deep rooted samskaras, and purification on subtle and causal levels may cause imbalance for a time. Success depends on unflinching allegiance to the practices at this point. If you falter, the awareness once again drops. If you do not falter, the awareness is elevated. Along with commitment to the practices, another important expedient for overcoming obstructions in sadhana is to live amongst people who have a raised awareness. This helps a great deal as their heightened awareness uplifts all those who come in contact with them, resolving many obstacles effortlessly. This contact is possible in an ashram where the environment is built up over the years by the positive vibrations of the people who inhabit it, so that even a chance visit to such a place is very uplifting and resolves many difficulties and obstructions in one's sadhana. Maximus Prime, yeah, in that case, तुमने उनका रूप पकड़ लिया है, इसलिए धारण धारण करना, उनका रूप धारण करना. Okay, awareness in dharana. In relation to sadhana, dharana represents the transition to a higher dimension. Okay, in relation to sadhana, dharana represents the transition to a transition, the on the change from the physical world, transition to a higher dimension where the awareness is completely withdrawn from the senses and crystallized at one point. At other times, it is scattered and dissipated, fixing itself on whatever catches its fancy, then dropping that for something else. Dharana trains the awareness to hold on to whatever object has been chosen without fluctuation. Dharana trains the awareness to hold on to whatever object has been chosen without fluctuation. It is not a process of thinking, but of seeing. The mind plays no part in this process. If the mind is active, then dharana does not take place. In dharana, the faculty of chetana or awareness, which is subtler than the mind, becomes active. Okay, so we are talking about chetana, not the mind, which might be called manas. Harry Potter. We'll see the video tomorrow. Okay, good night. I was thinking more on the lines of aligned or tapped into. Dharan. Yeah, uh, more or less. These are pretty nuanced, and it means all of those things actually. Uh, So, the mind plays no part in this process. If the mind is active, then dharana does not take place. In dharana, the faculty of chetana or awareness, which is subtler than the mind, becomes active. Chetana has the ability to illumine the object on which it is focused. Okay, Chetana has the ability to illumine, meaning throw light on the object on which it is focused. You can try it for yourself. Whenever you have to solve a problem, quieten the mind and focus the awareness on it. You will surely find the solution. Dharana utilizes that very same awareness that you focus on solving day to day problems. You have to train that awareness to focus inwards and crystallize on one point. Once you are able to do that, the inner path you are to traverse and later the destination are gradually revealed. At first, the inner point may appear hazy and unfamiliar, but later it will attract your awareness like nothing has attracted you before, on account of the anandam or bliss it generates within. At this point, you will be pervaded by feelings of well being, love, oneness, and totality. But until this arises, you must continue practicing, for it is well worth the effort. Dharana is an invaluable accomplishment that surpasses all others. It is the epitome of human achievement. All other achievements pale in comparison. Okay, Dishani is saying, I think dosha here may be transliterated in Bengali as dosha. Interesting. Meaning a state of being rather than dosh, meaning fault. Yeah, yeah. But actually, dosha is disease. So, if existence itself, the state of being is itself a disease, that would be a bit of a stretch, I think. But it can be interpreted that way. Perception. Your mind is the mirror through which you see the world. Whatever your mind perceives becomes the truth for you. As you see it that way, but okay, whatever your mind perceives becomes the truth for you as you see it that way, but that may not be the ultimate perception. As your mind grows, the perceptions change, and they keep changing all the time. Perception is actually a quality of the higher mind. The mind that perceives is pure awareness. Knowledge filters through it easily, as there are no barriers of time, space, or object to hinder the free flow of knowledge. In fact, it can be said that pure knowledge is nothing but homogeneous, unbroken awareness. Based on perception, the awareness keeps sending information to the mind to guide you. On the conscious plane, the mind has another source of information, the indriyas, or organs of knowledge and action. Sometimes the two sources contradict one another, and at other times, one source of information is clearer or more convincing than the other. So that becomes your perception. Sensory perception is severely limiting, and often an inaccurate way of perceiving things. This is because the senses are finite. Their existence depends on time, space, and object. The senses cannot exist if these three factors are absent. Right. The senses have limitations because of their finite nature. Moreover, they are not independent sources of knowledge. They need the cognizing powers of manas, the rational mind, to understand the information they receive, and the discriminative powers of the intellect, or buddhi, to determine truth from falsehood. Apart from the mind and intellect, the senses are also governed by the ego, or ahamkara, which assesses the knowledge in relation to oneself. Awareness, on the other hand, is infinite, having no beginning and no end. It is totally independent of the mind, senses, intellect, and ego. The awareness, or chetna, is present in each and every one of us. How to develop this awareness is the subject matter of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. This is a very important subject because our performance in life depends on it at every level, whether physical, emotional, intellectual, or spiritual. If you analyze carefully, you will realize that the sum total of life is not the number of years you have lived, but what you have perceived of it. Your awareness of life is, in fact, the reality of your life, more so than your muscles, bones, and body. Without awareness or perception, the body would be of no use to you at all. So then the question arises, if this awareness exists independently of the body and mind, where does it reside, and what is its link with the body and mind? The abode of awareness is best described through a beautiful analogy of the lotus flower that is born and lives in muddy water, yet remains unsoiled and untouched by it. Awareness is all pervading within and without you. The awareness, it exists in each and every cell, atom, and molecule that you are made up of. It is present all around you too, in each and every form. Nature is sentient and ripe with awareness. Oh, Abhay Agarwal is back in the middle of the night. Nice. Okay. Dishan is saying, yes, there is a dosha theory. Dosha theory that talks about health and sickness. I see. Super Gogeta, a long time no see. You are saying, hey, Kalasit Kolkata, can you make a video on your own, on your YouTube gear, mic, other accessories, camera, softwares, etc.? I think that would be a little out of topic from my general channel. No, if you can ask me what are my equipment, I can tell you individually. No problem. Okay, Maximus is saying, or perhaps it could be dosha, which is disease, in the sense that it is a result rather than an active entity. For example, Kal Sarp dosha. Okay, yeah, keep thinking, think hard. Super Gogeta is saying, also been a while since I visited. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I couldn't power through India, that is Bharat, but finished Revolutionaries book by Sanjeev Sanyal and started on Bravehearts of Bharat. Oh, nice. Okay. So, so nature is sentient and ripe with awareness. Okay, now a subchapter is beginning. It's called establishing the pranic link. So, Tantra asserts that the link between the body, mind, and awareness is prana, which is a direct evolute of consciousness and is described as the medium for the awakening and ascent of consciousness. Our being or existence as an individual entity can be categorized into 5 sheaths or bodies. शीथ मीनिंग जिसके अंदर कुछ घुसाते हैं उसको शीथ कहते हैं. The physical body is known as Annamaya Kosha. Yeah, I have heard this word. The food or material energy sheath. And the mind is Manomaya Kosha. I think we discussed this in the Manusmriti, right? And the mind is Manomaya Kosha. Because Kosh is also a storage point, which is why the treasury used to be called Kosha, even in Arthashastra as it is today. Koshagar. The mental energy sheath is called Manomaya Kosha. Mind as Manomaya Kosha is the mental energy sheath. And physical body is known as Annamaya Kosha, which is the food or material energy sheath. In between these two is an electromagnetic field known as Pranamaya Kosha, which is the vital energy sheath. This field of vital energy surrounds, pervades, and sustains the physical body and acts as a vital link between the body and mind. Therefore, prana is the bridge between the body and mind. Pran. And see how our language has been distorted, right? We have these words in our mother tongues, in our Indian languages, for absolutely different purposes, but we use them as just general translations of the English language. Prana is not what we mean when we say actually pran in Bengali even. Prana means something completely else, completely different. I guess that will be the difference between Sanskrit and Prakrit, regional Prakrit languages as well. Therefore, prana is the bridge between the body and mind, and it also connects the mind to the psychic field or causal field, which is known as Vijnanamaya Kosha. The sheath of, okay, is this Maya or Maya? Annamaya Kosha or Manomaya? No, no, this is Maya. Vijnanamaya Kosha. I'm wondering if in the case of Bengali we would call it Bigyanmoy Kosh, naki Bigyan Maya Kosh. I don't know. The sheath of special or higher knowledge is called Vijnanamaya Kosha. So science, which we call Vigyan, it basically means special or higher knowledge. The fifth sheath is the blissful body or Anandamaya Kosha or Anandamaya Kosha, Anandmaya, where prana remains in its pure state of harmony, bliss, and luminosity. Thus, prana is most important as it sustains all dimensions of existence. According to Tantra, the subtle nature of prana is spandan, the vibration or pure vibration at a very high frequency. Consciousness is not yet trapped in matter at this level. So, cosmic prana or spandan is the vibratory field of pure consciousness. Just as consciousness has varying states of manifestation, prana too evolves through three different levels of energy in its descent from pure consciousness, by which it can be known, intensified, channeled, and merged back into its source consciousness. These three levels of prana are also characterized by their quality of spandan or vibration, on account of which the electromagnetic field of prana surrounding the body is continuously expanding and contracting. Yeah, it's continuously expanding and contracting. It is this perpetual activity of expansion and contraction in the pranic field that is responsible for all dimensions of experience in life. And those who know some sound engineering and physics know this. This is oscillation. This is how vibration is created. The moving object. This is one frequency. When this activity diminishes or ceases, life itself is extinguished and all individual experience and perception retreats into the causal body or Vijnanamaya Kosha. How did these people figure out the physics and sound engineering, or the concepts of sound and vibration to this point? That is what is the mysterious and fascinating part. In relation to creation, the first level of emanation is Prana Shakti or cosmic prana, which is the creative aspect of pure consciousness. It is the energy inherent within consciousness which sets the evolutionary cycle into motion and brings forth all animate and inanimate beings. Prana Shakti is responsible for the entire creation. Sun, moon, stars, animals, vegetables, trees, rivers, and mountains. They are all evolutes of Prana Shakti. In the absence of Prana Shakti, all of creation could disintegrate and cease to exist. Prana Shakti is represented in the physical body as Kundalini, also known as the serpent power, lying in 3.5 coils at the base of the spine. This dormant power is the main focus of Tantra, which claims that spiritual experience commences only when it is awakened. Okay? Spiritual experience commences only when it is awakened. The experiences prior to that belong to the physical, mental, or psychic plane. The awareness becomes internalized. The awareness becomes internalized only when Pran Shakti is aroused, begins her ascent, and crosses Manipura Chakra at the navel. It's also the heartbeat, Spandan. Yes, that's how they might have come up with this concept. But that is also the base of the root causality of all existence, all matter. And they did describe Spandan actually earlier in this book, which they said is just vibration, which the translator lady said is vibrations. Our languages have been reduced to material plane from spiritual plane. Yes, the sound engineering department was very prevalent even with the Olmecs. Right, I see. My legs are too long to be pulled. Okay, so in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, the first set of dharanas are devoted to this event, because without this achievement, the dharanas that follow will remain purely mental exercises. In order to attain the experiences described in the later dharanas on nada, which is primal sound, which is also spandan, okay? Nada or primal sound, shunya, void, bhavana, intense emotion, japa, spontaneous repetition of mantras, and uh, kshobha, Okay, mental agitation. Oh, so in Bengali we would call it khob, anger. That's called KSHOBHA, kshobha. I don't think non-Bengali speakers use this word anymore, but in Bengali we still use this word, khob, mental agitation. And vikalpas, thoughts. It is necessary that the Pran Shakti moves out of her abode at the base of the spine into the Shushumna Nadi to unite with Param Shiva. The esoteric traditions of Tantra that relate to individual practice deal purely with this event, which they describe which they ascribe to the control, restraint, and reversal of two important pranic flows of the body known as prana and apana. These pranas are evolutes of that pran shakti and are controlled by her. This brings us to the second level of that cosmic prana where it manifests as an individual force. This evolute of prana shakti is also known as prana, which can be understood as prana with a capital P, as it is responsible for the entire individual existence, which includes the five energy bodies described above. Five energy bodies described above. This individual prana draws sustenance from the cosmic prana at all times, as the link between the two is never severed. You may say that the individual prana is connected to its source, the cosmic prana, through Anandamaya Kosha, which acts as an invisible umbilical cord in much the same way as a fetus is connected to its mother in the womb for 9 months. In this sense, the cosmic prana is the original mother from whom we draw nourishment throughout our lives. In Hindi we use khubdh. Yes, khob. In Bengali also we use both actually. We use khubdh and khob. बट जिसका खोब है उस वो खोब होने का जो कंडीशन है उस कंडीशन को हम क्षुब्ध होना बोलते हैं बंगाली में ओके खोब থাকলে সে ক্ষুব্ধ হলো আর কি anahata is the cosmic sound. It's the absolute unstruck. Yeah, we discussed this here as well. Could anhantanad be related to the circulatory system of the cosmos? Okay, we are getting into we are getting into fascinating, interesting, deep sections now. In this sense, the cosmic prana is the original mother from whom we draw nourishment throughout our lives. The individual prana is responsible for all the mental and physical functions as well as the pranic field, which is divided into five main categories: prana, samana, apana, udana, and vyana. This fivefold manifestation of prana is under the voluntary control of the individual prana and is guided by its counterpart, the conscious principle. Prana is generated in the individual through various means such as anna or food, which generates physical prana, shvasa or breath. Okay, so shash. In Bengali we would call it shash proshash. Shvasa or breath. सांस लेना का जो वर्ड है वो यहां से आया है SHVASA, which generates vital prana. Vichara or thoughts, which generate mental prana, and bhakti bhavana or higher feelings, which generate spiritual prana. These pranic flows form the basis of the first set of dharanas in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. The claim of Tantra is that Shakti is the doorway to Shiva. It is through the medium of Shakti that we can know Shiva. Thus, it is easy to understand why Vigyan Bhairav Tantra employs the pranic flows in the body, which are the manifestation of Shakti, to reach this experience. You cannot know the source from which they have sprung until and unless pranic flows merge. The third manifestation of prana is the breath which you involuntarily breathe 21,600 times each day for the entire span of life, thereby oxygenating and energizing all the cells and tissues of the body. The link between body and mind can be established very easily through awareness of the breath, which is the gross medium of prana. The pulsating of prana within the breath emits the subtle sound of so during inhalation and hum during exhalation. As this sound accompanies each breath, As this sound accompanies each breath, it is the Ajapa Japa mantra or the spontaneous mantra Ajapa Japa, which never ceases. The mantra of the breath can be perceived at varying levels, ranging from audible to the inaudible, unstruck sound. This is what Dishani was talking about. The inaudible, unstruck sound. Dharana can be done on the mantra of the dharana can be done on the mantra of the breath at all of these levels. Soham, yes. Super Goveta is saying, which mic are you using? Is it an XLR mic or USB mic? Which camera are you using? And what software do you use to edit the audio video for the YouTube videos? To edit the audio, I use Cubase. The live streams are not going to be edited, obviously. Live stream I'm doing from StreamYard. And for video editing, I use DaVinci Resolve. This mic is Audio Technica Company ka 80-20-20 model. This mic stand is, I think, Hercules, as far as I remember. It's an XLR mic. My sound card is MOTU, okay, Motu टू इनपुट और क्या बाकी, हाँ कैमरा है लॉगिटेक का एक वेब कैम 1080p फुल एच डी. Okay, you are talking about the difference between anger and angry. Yes, exactly. Okay, Maximus is saying as in the circulatory system of the cosmos. Okay, तुम लोग discuss करो. Along with the pranic flows, the breath too is an important base for dharana in Vijnana Bhairav Tantra and also in other tantric and yogic practices. Along with pranic flows, the breath too is an important base. This is understandable, as breath is life and it is also the very force of creation. Thus, awareness of the upward flow of prana and downward flow of apana can be accentuated by following the movement of the breath in the body. Right. This is done through the practice of pranayama by becoming aware of the inward and outward breath, as well as the point when the breath stops before it turns from inward to outward and from outward to inward. Yeah. When the breath stops, either inside or outside, that is known as kumbhaka. The point where the breath stops is known as dvadashanta, which literally means the end of 12. Okay, dadoshanto in Bengali we would pronounce it as dvadashanta, because dvadash means 12. The dvadashanta for internal kumbhaka is at the heart center, and for external kumbhaka is an imaginary point 12 fingers away from nasika agra, or tip of the nose. Nasika agra, front of the nose. Agra means front here and nasika means nose. So through dharana on the dvadashanta, one gradually regulates the ayama or length of prana to 12 angulas or finger widths internally and 12 angulas externally from the body. Thus, Vijnana Bhairav Tantra offers a vital clue as to the precise ayama of prana required for heightening the awareness. These 2 points are the ideal distance for the prana to travel externally away from the body as well as internally into the body. By this form of dharana, the loss of prana is controlled and with practice even stopped altogether. The loss of prana can be stopped. When loss of prana ceases, its intensity doubles and triples. This heightened prana halts degeneration and illumines the entire being. This is why the breath plays a very important role in the practices of Tantra as well as the dharanas of VBT. Let me give you a non religious, completely secular, atheist interpretation of this as well. Okay. People who don't work out at all, they have generally more stress and anxiety because they don't know how to breathe in a disciplined way. When you work out all your life, you by default, without any effort, always breathe in a very rhythmic and rhythmic is probably the best word, or in a very controlled and effective way. Okay, because when you work out, you need to continuously keep check of taking in the breath and leaving the breath, taking in the breath, leaving the breath. But people who don't work out have no idea of these things, which is why their breathing gets fucked up, and which is why they don't handle stressful situations as much as a person who works out does. Because it's now common to say no if you are feeling anxious or stressed at some event, at a situation. They say that breathe nicely. So people who work out already have that habit imbibed in them. The breath has to be regulated in such a way that it gains maximum potency. Exactly what I was talking about right now. Sometimes the breath regulates itself spontaneously without effort. Exactly what I was saying. At that time, we will feel calm, relaxed, and blissful. Exactly what I was saying. But this does not happen unless we flow with the natural body rhythms. That is exactly what I was saying, which are the rhythms of nature. Yes, we are so out of tune with these rhythms that the breath is irregular at all the time, unless you work out a little. The influence of the breath on the mind is so great that dharana will not take place if the breath is disturbed. See, irregularities in breathing are what exactly I said? Irregularities in breathing are reflected in the body as disease and in the mind as turmoil and disturbance. Yes, because when your anxiety and stress increases, your blood cortisol level increases, and that helps you. And that first of all ages your skin and muscle, bones, everything faster, degenerates your cells faster, and also stores fat faster, stores fat more. The cortisol, the hormone called cortisol, which increases because of stress and anxiety, and which in turn stress and anxiety increases because of bad breathing techniques. Any impurity or obstruction in the nadis or pranic channels will also affect the mind and cause disturbance and disruption of dharana, which is why I said depression is fake and you have to work out as the first remedy. Therefore, it is necessary to regulate the breath and purify the pranas and nadis throughout the body in order to attain the full experience of dharana. In many of the dharanas, although prana is not the point of focus, it still plays an underlying part in the practice. Okay. Mm, let's see what Dishani and all are saying. Let me just check the comments a little. Yeah, Motu. It's called Motu because it's the it's the short form for mark of the unicorn. The same way our circulatory system in our body does with blood to provide energy. Oh, yeah, yeah, that is true. It could be for all sound there is silence, but anahatanad. Anahatanad is a sound that is created without vibration, without being unstruck. Yeah, the unstruck sound, which could also mean silence, right? The Buddhist ideology goes the other way around with hamso. This is very deep philosophy. I don't want to throw answers carelessly, but thank you for your question. Super Gogeta is saying, thanks for the setup info. Have you given any feedback on UCC asked by the government? What's your opinion on Sham Sharma Show's latest video where he suggests Hinduism should be expansive or offensive? No, I haven't seen the video. CSK may discuss this very soon. Oh, okay, let's see. Also, any opinion on the France issue? Many people are relating their library burning to that of what happened at Nalanda. Yes, exactly. I'm very happy about what happened in France. This will wake people up. Kabaddi players are best candidates for meditation, it seems. Um, Actually, wrestling, because that's where your lung endurance is challenged the most in any sport. Compared to any other sport, wrestling demands most out of your lungs. Pure kusti, not WWE. It is also possible to connect with the cosmic consciousness by awakening the chakras or psychic energy centers in the body, which function as pranic generators and accumulators. The chakras are connected to the brain and have a strong link with the awareness, a sort of hotline, you may say. One of these centers is Mooladhara, situated at the base of the spine, where the latent spiritual energy resides. When fully activated, this energy shoots up to Sahasrara, the highest center at the crown of the head. After uniting with the cosmic awareness in this center, the spiritual energy descends along the same route back down to the Mooladhara, irrigating all psychic centers one by one before returning to her abode. After regulating and purifying the prana, it is important to channel or direct it to the appropriate psychic centers where consciousness is high, so that an experience occurs which can totally transform your being and take you to an enlightened state of consciousness. The Tantric and Vedic texts contain numerous dialogues, discourses, and debates, which describe examples and experiences of people who have attained this state. From these, we learn that it is possible to reach that state, as others before have done, through constant, unbroken practice under the guidance of a guru. The Tantric guru is more of a transmitter than a teacher. His method of teaching is very subtle and refined. The transmission of knowledge takes place directly between the guru and the disciple, if there is a connection between them. Although the guru does teach through the medium of speech, The real lessons take place on a different dimension where there are no barriers. In this way, his knowledge reaches the disciple immediately, pure and intact. It is like turning on a switch and at once light appears. Great importance has been given to the guru factor in any spiritual practice. In fact, it has been said that sadhana does not bear fruit without the blessings of a guru. It is therefore necessary to emphasize this point so that you do not waste your time and wonder why you are not able to progress. In Sri Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, the entire dialogue between Shiva and Parvati takes place between them as guru and disciple. They assume these roles before knowledge is imparted primarily because it is only through discipleship that one receives any form of knowledge, whether it is material or transcendental, para or apara. A disciple is one who has surrendered himself to the Guru. He is pure receptivity. He is pure receptivity and presents no barrier to the transmission of knowledge because through surrender he has become egoless. This is a prerequisite for the transmission of knowledge between Guru and disciple, and we can easily understand why. It is only through egolessness that one can connect with the channel through which knowledge is transmitted. That transmission is very subtle, and ego is too gross to receive it. The knowledge that is transmitted reaches the higher mind or chetna, and there is illumination within the disciple. Knowledge is flowing freely through very subtle channels all around you. So too are negative feelings, emotions, and thoughts. You have to tune to the right frequency so that you catch the transmission you want. Just as radio and sound waves are transmitted through various frequencies measured in kilohertz and megahertz, there are sounds of higher frequencies which are inaudible to the human ear but perceivable by the chetna, awareness, or higher mind residing within. These are the sound waves that radiate knowledge of each and everything that is conceivable. However, this knowledge is not received through words, but in the form of an experience which is perceived directly. The practice of dharana is the pivot on which spiritual illumination depends because it refines the perception, enabling you to tune into these higher frequencies. Attuning with higher frequencies is an important achievement in spiritual life, but it is not the ultimate goal. The destination of individual consciousness is to merge with the supreme or collective consciousness that pervades each and every speck of creation as a unified whole. The unified field theory says the same thing in figures and equations. The unification of consciousness is a great accomplishment and can be achieved through practice, but one should not seek it until dharana has been perfected. This is a precondition existing in the very nature of consciousness. In fact, one cannot gain ascent of awareness without mastery of dharana. Another precondition is that the process of unification has to be guided by a guru who has become a receptacle for the divine grace to filter through and flow to the aspirant. In this light, there is a mythical analogy of Lord Shiva receiving the tumultuous river Ganga in his matted locks as she flowed down from the higher realms before reaching the earth. Ganga here represents the descent of a river to divine knowledge and grace. If the matted locks of Lord Shiva had not buffered the fall of this river, the full force of her descent would have crushed the earth. Shiva was the first guru to become a vessel for the descent of divine grace. Therefore, he is known as Adi Guru. The Guru lineage begins with him and includes all those who have qualified as gurus or enlightened beings within the Tantric and Vedic traditions. Swami Shivananda was of that lineage. So too is my guru, Swami Satyasangananda, who spoke to me of Vijnana Bhairava Tantra in much the same way as Shiva did with Parvati. Antahkarana. Antahkarana means inner tool or instruments of perception, and it has four aspects of functions: manas, chitta, buddhi, and ahamkara. Although separate and distinct identities, okay, all these four, although separate and distinct identities, they correlate with each other in such a magnificent way that it is hard to distinguish between them. Okay, thus they appear as a composite whole, which we commonly refer to as the mind. Wow. So they are saying the mind comprises of these four things, okay? Manas, chitta, buddhi, and ahamkara. Makes sense? Thus, they appear as a composite whole, which we commonly refer to as the mind. Manas is thought and counter thought. The word manam means to contemplate. In order to think, manas draws on information received through the senses. Afterwards, it makes an extremely quick assessment of it according to related information, which is stored in the chitta as memory. Then, an understanding of this information is derived through the discriminatory powers of buddhi. Discriminatory powers bol raha hai. This is very important. This means that hierarchies are inevitable and a way of life. Judgment, hierarchy, prioritization, preferences, that happens because of buddhi. If you think everything is equally beautiful, then nothing is beautiful, and that means that if you think everything is beautiful, then you basically have no buddhi, because you can't discriminate between the good and the bad. Finally, the information is identified in relation to the individual ego. Okay, finally, the information is identified in relation to the individual ego through the medium of ahamkara, and thereby the mind arrives at a conclusion. The speed of the mind is fantastic, faster than the speed of light. The fastest speed recorded by man is the speed of the mind. A thought and the transmission of that thought occurs simultaneously. Very true. There is no difference in speed between the two. The time gap which occurs is on account of receptivity. If there is delay or absence of transmission, it is because of faulty, defective, or unrefined receptivity. To improve the receptivity, you will have to refine the four inner tools of perception known as antahkarana, so that they vibrate at the frequency of consciousness or chetana. This is possible because the antahkarana is also a form which consciousness has assumed. It's a form which consciousness has assumed. The four tools are varying stages of consciousness that manifest as it evolves into matter. Dharana is the way described to refine the antahkarana. Dharana is the way prescribed to refine antahkarana. Through dharana, the scattered forces of the mind, forever swinging from thought to counter thought, are trained to focus on one thing to the exclusion of all else. As you progress, at one point you will transcend yourself. You will cease to exist, and only the experience of consciousness or pure awareness will remain. Okay? Only the experience of consciousness or pure awareness will remain. Spiritual experience begins only when dharana has been perfected and the state of dhyana dawns. The experiences you have in meditation prior to that are drawn from your conscious and subconscious mind. But the realm of mind influenced when dharana merges into dhyana is the causal or unconscious state. Dharana is achieved after perfecting pratyahara, or withdrawal of the awareness from the external to the internal perception. You can say that dharana is the natural consequences of pratyahara. When the awareness is internalized and fixed on one point for a period of time, the consciousness begins to flow freely. When the awareness is internalized and fixed on one point for a period of time, then the consciousness begins to flow freely. When there is no break, obstruction, diversion, or distraction, the flow of consciousness gains intensity and dhyana or meditation occurs. So, just as pratyahara develops into dharana, in the same way, dharana develops into dhyana, which develops into samadhi or inner illumination. This is as natural a consequence as the development of a child into an old man. An important factor to remember regarding the process of meditation and the experience of higher consciousness is that dharana is an essential stage in order to avoid uncharted flights of awareness. Just as the pilot of a plane or the captain of a ship takes the aid of compasses, maps, and charts to reach the destination and avoid losing the way, similarly, the sadhaka also needs a plan and direction for the flight of consciousness: where to turn left, where to turn right, about turn, or apply the brakes. Without a defined path and milestones to guide the consciousness, accidents may take place, or one may be diverted or lost and never reach the destination. The mind and consciousness is an immense power which must be managed correctly. In the hands of an adept, the mind is directed to become a luminous and positive force. But if it is misused or misdirected, this same mind can plunge into darkness and despair. Therefore, the mind is not something to play around with. Directing the mind is a serious matter which requires understanding and attention. Dharana is most important in this sense because it gives training and direction to the mind and awareness. At present, the mind is directed by the indriyas, the 10 organs of action and knowledge known as the karmendriyas and jnanendriyas. We had discussed this in Manusmriti. Wherever they lead, the mind follows. If the indriyas are trained, then the awareness is focused and directed. But if they are not, which is usually the case with most of us, it is as if the mind is mercilessly driven by an untrained animal. Dharana is a process of mental training that enables the aspirant to focus and direct the awareness as he desires without any interference from the indriyas or the senses. Nino is saying our philosophy always use amazing metaphors to help in understanding the deeper things. Yeah. Okay. Dishani is saying Hamso or Hansa, swan, is also very much within Hinduism. Also related etymologically to Paramhansa. Yeah, we discussed this previously in the introduction only, Dishani. You should check out this entire video from the beginning once again. TMC IT cell is one Nokia 3310 with all the Gunda's numbers on it. 5-star enemy support, lol. Okay. Yeah. Dharana is a process of mental training that enables the aspirant to focus and direct the awareness as he desires, without any interference from the indriyas or senses. If you want to progress in sadhana, you have to first fix the awareness at one point, so that it has a specific direction in which to travel. In other words, you must train the awareness before allowing it to roam freely. Until the awareness is firmly established at one point, it must not be allowed free flight. This is not only damaging, in some cases, it may also be irrevocable. It is for this purpose that different symbols are used in meditation, and some are more efficacious than others. The tantric symbols utilized for dharana are mantra, yantra, and mandala. They are purely scientific as they depend on the influence of sound, form, and light to create an effect on the energy within the body and mind. Mantras are mystic sounds that reverberate with tremendous energy. Yantras are perfect geometric formations. If you all don't know already, this symbol, this is called a yantra, okay? And in Bengali, we use this word continuously, but we mean the word in the sense of a tool or a gadget, okay? Jantro. Yantra are perfect geometric formations of the sounds emanating from the mantras, and mandalas are three-dimensional forms of the same mantras. The following parable aptly illustrates the path of dharana and the importance of symbols as a basis for the mind in meditation. One day, okay, nice story is beginning here, nice allegory or a metaphor. One day, it began to rain, and the rain continued for days and months on end. Everything was submerged under water, and there was no land or landmark of any kind in sight. A lone bird was hovering over this vast expanse of water, and seeing no landmark anywhere, became lost and could not return to its home. Then the water gradually receded a bit, and a log of wood came into sight. The bird at once landed on the wood and, using it as a base, flew back and forth from there in order to find food and whatever else it needed. Each time the bird flew off in any direction, it kept the piece of wood in sight, and in this way always returned to the same base without any difficulty. Similarly, in dharana, the awareness flies high and travels over vast expanses of consciousness, which are untracked and have no visible markers to identify them. But again and again, the awareness returns back to the object which it is focused on, recognizing it to be the base for all of its flights. That way, the awareness does not go astray or get lost. It makes forays into the unknown, but is guided back in the right direction. This is why the object of dharana is important and should be one that you are naturally drawn to. If you have a natural attraction for one object of dharana, the mind will remain fixed on it and will not be distracted easily. Otherwise, The awareness tends to wander from the base for long periods and may eventually become lost in the uncharted dimensions of consciousness. The state of dharana, which is the basis of all the practices in Vijnana Bhairav Tantra, is also described in the textbooks of yoga. Patanjali says, quote, binding the mind at one place is dharana, end quote. This is necessary in order to focus the awareness, which is normally scattered due to external perceptions. Dharana can be practiced on any object, image, or person, as well as on different psychic centers, nadis, or on a thought, idea, or feeling. Through one pointed concentration, the hidden power of the chosen symbol is revealed and we enter a different dimension where a new awareness dawns. It is as if a curtain has been lifted and we can see what was concealed until that moment. There are many levels of awareness, and as they are unveiled, new powers are revealed that we were not aware of before or whose existence we could not have imagined. At present, we are only aware of the conscious and dream state, and even these are not in our control. In fact, we spend most of our time grappling with the perplexities of these dimensions. We get confused, agitated, elated, depressed, anxious, worried, and fearful just by what is revealed to us in these most ordinary states of awareness. What would what would happen if we were to become aware of subtler and deeper dimensions of existence? These deeper dimensions are just as real as our everyday awareness, but we regard them as imaginary and unreal. We are not accustomed to them because they cannot be experienced through senses, which we mistakenly regard as the ultimate source of knowledge. For instance, when we have an intense dream, we wake up feeling that it actually happened. Of course, there is always an element of doubt because the moment we wake up, the dream disappears and fades from memory. There is nothing tangible to ensure that what occurred in the dream actually happened on some dimension. If we practice dharana on our dreams, however, if we practice dharana on our dreams, we can perfect the art of understanding them as well as train our awareness to have certain dreams of our choice. Then we will realize that, in fact, our dreams are as real as our experiences in the waking state. In the same way, when we go deep into the state of dharana, what we experience there is also real. Whatever image we conjure in dharana is as real as the objects we see outside. The only difference is that we see one with our eyes open and the other with our eyes closed. In the first stage of dharana, we may focus on the image of Rama, Christ, Devi, a flower, a beautiful gem, a mountain, or a river with our eyes open. When the image has saturated our mind, we can then recreate it within. Both the outer and inner images are real, but the stuff they are made of differs. One is made of paper, stone, or clay, and the other is made of consciousness. The external light illumines one, and the other is self illumined. As the consciousness becomes lighter and lighter, as the consciousness becomes lighter and lighter, the effulgence, Effulgence, the effulgence begins to grow from within. This light is known as Jyotsna. On the path of meditation, there should always be light within, not darkness. If you see darkness, smoked or blurred images, this is an indication that the practices are taking you on a wrong path from which you will have to come back and return to normal awareness. If instead you see luminosity, radiance, and brilliance, then know that you are on the right track and that the awareness has gained ascent. These two paths of meditation are called Uttarayana and Dakshinayana, the northern and southern paths. The Dakshinayana is the southern path by which one returns to the state of ignorance and attachment to the things of the world, so it is associated with darkness. Uttarayana, or the northern path, is associated with illumination and freedom from worldly attachment. So it is the favored way for dharana and meditation. It elevates the consciousness to such a great extent that the aspirant need not return to normal consciousness. If he so chooses, he can operate from that elevated state and become a channel for the flow of higher knowledge and bliss. In technical terms, that state is known as Jivan Mukta, or total liberation of the consciousness from the clutches of embodied matter in this physical body itself. Of course, Jivan Mukta is an extremely high state which is rarely attainable and destined only for the most purified souls. But mention of this is made to indicate what can be achieved through dharana and dhyana, and the indications that signify one is on the right track. Through focused concentration on any object, the consciousness is directed towards that. As concentration is perfected, a state of total inner absorption without any break arises. It could happen even for a split second. It does not have to go on for hours or even for minutes. It may only last for the blink of an eye, so that you may wonder whether it happened at all. But this state of meditation penetrates through the veils of consciousness which open before you one by one and reveal different levels of awareness and existence. There the same matter that the same matter that you see all around you exists in subtler and subtler forms. To what height can the awareness ascend? What is the final destination of awareness, and under what conditions does it return to the state of consciousness you were familiar with before the ascent began? Many seers have experienced higher states, and that is why they could explain them to a large degree. But at some point, they were unable to convey this experience through the medium of speech. So they became channels and began to transmit the experience to others who were receptive. Even now, those transmissions are available if you can attune the frequencies of your antahkarana to receive them. This is what is achieved through dharana when the aspirant traverses the path of illumination in a guided and controlled manner, as opposed to the path of darkness. Mantra is another important base for dharana in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. All the Vedic and Tantric mantras have been realized by seers in deep states of dhyana. They are the seers of the mantras. The word mantra means that which liberates by contemplation. Even sound is not a mantra. Only a sound that has been realized or heard by an enlightened seer in a deep state of awareness is a mantra. In other words, the mantra may be perpetually echoing in different subtle strata of the atmosphere, but it is only heard and revealed to others by someone who is tuned into that frequency. Such a person thus becomes the seer of that mantra. The sage Vishwamitra realized the Gayatri mantra and thus became its seer. There are several such examples. The Tantric mantras have no literal meaning, they simply have sound and form. Of course, the underlying meaning can be inferred through intellect, but in fact, mantras are beyond meaning. They are pure vibration. Every mantra has a secret power that unlocks the energy residing in it. Therefore, any meaning that a mantra may have would be purely metaphysical and could only be revealed in the form of an experience. The most common way to access this energy is by repeating the mantra continuously until the sound arises spontaneously in your awareness. You may not even realize that you are repeating it. A mantra can also be realized by focusing on its corresponding yantra or mandala, or else it can be realized by the benevolent grace of Guru. The practice of mantra is so ancient that it is a part of man's primordial origins. Most, if not all, of the Tantric and Vedic mantras have been practiced for hundreds and thousands of years. Mantra is an integral part of the science of Tantra, wherein sound is considered to be the first evolute of consciousness after the primary impulse of creation. This sound is known as Nada, which exists as the cosmic Nada in the mantra Om, and as the microcosmic Nada in all, in all sound vibrations of varying frequencies. Om is the primal sound. All the other sounds in the universe are contained in and emanate from this one sound. It is the simplest and most natural sound formation conceivable. When you open your mouth, the sound that emanates is ah, and when you close your mouth, the sound you make is mm. In that brief moment, when the mouth is neither open, nor fully closed, there is an intermediary sound of oo. This is the mantra Aum. The mantra Soham, which is the inherent sound of each breath, is another natural mantra which we repeat consciously or unconsciously throughout the day, every moment of our lives. Another important aspect of mantra is matrika, which are also known as the little mothers of creation. They represent the inherent sound vibration of each akshara, or indelible sound vibration contained within the letters which which make up words and language. Mantra is the source of matrika or creative energy. In fact, they are so closely linked that another name for mantra is matrika. What? Let me mark this. In the Shiva Sutras, an important text of Kashmir Shaivism and Trika philosophy, Shiva states that Matrika is concealed in the mantra and does not reveal itself unless he commands, thus showing the interdependence of energy and consciousness. When the awareness is focused through the medium of mantra, when the awareness is focused through the medium of mantra, the energy awakens from its slumber. Until that is done, the energy remains asleep. In the process of dharana, the awareness is not focused on energy directly, but indirectly through the medium of the mantra. Dharana takes place within the dimensions of time, space, and object. So, these are the three players in this arena. Okay, time, space, and object. Here, time represents energy, space represents consciousness. Okay, time represents energy, space represents consciousness, and object represents the mantra chosen for dharana. When the awareness is focused on the mantra, it stirs up the energy. As the concentration deepens, consciousness and energy move towards each other from opposite directions and collide at the nucleus. The impact of their union causes a great explosion, which reverberates not just on the physical dimension, but also on the subtle and transcendental dimensions. Let me check some comments a little. Told you, Vishwamitra incoming, yes. Okay, Nina is saying this is about this thing about dreams is also told in a story with King Ajatashatru of Magadha. He used it to point out the consciousness that is awake both during dreams and normal awakened state, which is chit. Yeah. The very first Shukta of the Rig Veda is written by Rishi Vishwamitra's son Madhuchanda. Om Agnimile Purohitang Yagyasya, something like that. Beautiful book on dreams for the interested. Okay, nice, good recommendation. Dreams, Illusions, and Other Realities by Wendy Doniger. Yeah. When one wakes up from a sweet dream, he says, I saw a dream. If one was truly asleep, who was the I who saw the dream? And who is this I that remembers that he had a dream? Yes, he had dreamt. I told you guys that Dishani is pretty qualified on philosophy. Let me have a sip of water. So, therefore, so the impact of their union causes a great explosion, which reverberates not just on the physical dimension but also on the subtle and transcendental dimensions. Therefore, the power of mantra should not be underestimated. Mantra is not the name of God, nor is it important to know its meaning. Mantra simply has to be repeated for the vibration to be effective. Mantra is dhvani, or sound vibration, which creates similar sound frequencies in different parts of the body and mind. Moreover, the akshara, or letters, from which these mantras are derived correspond to the different energy centers located in the body. Each of the akshara, which are 50 in number, is written on the different lotus petals of the chakras, which indicates their intimate connection. Just as an ironsmith repeatedly strikes a piece of hot iron with a strong hammer to mold it into the shape he wants, similarly, through the constant repetition of mantra, you are able to strike the corresponding energy centers in your body related to that mantra. With regular practice, the mantra resonates with the chakras, which are activated and energized to their optimum potency. Hey guys, didn't we read exactly something like this? This example of hitting something and repeatedly using that as an analogy for a prayer. I think we read this in yesterday or day before yesterday in the Brahma Puran live stream only, or did we read it earlier in Manusmriti? I think we read this in Brahma Pura only recently. During the practice of mantra, the sound should be repeated first at the Vaikhari or spoken level, where the dhvani is projected outwards, then at the Madhyama or middle level, where the dhvani is directed inwards, and finally at the Pashyanti or mental level, where it gains momentum. Gradually, through repeated practice, the awareness will become fully saturated with the mantra. At this point, the vibrations that emanate from your being will reach will reach out towards that very same mantra, which is reverberating throughout the universe as a part of the cosmic nada, without anyone repeating it. This is how the mantra liberates the mind and becomes a gateway to enter the domain of cosmic experience. Apart from bestowing spiritual illumination, many mantras also have many mantras also have healing effects and ward off illness, accidents, and calamities. Yeah, in Brahma Purana, definitely. Yeah, interesting. Crystallization of consciousness. Oh, because in the Brahma Purana section where we read this, most probably they were discussing Shiva only. Remember, that's why they were discussing the Lingaraja temple in Puri. Another important concept utilized in the dharanas of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is Shunya or the void. This is a classic example of dharana without an alambana or support. In dharana, in dharana on mantra, time or energy is the criteria for entering deeper states of awareness. However, in dharana on shunya, space is the criteria for achieving the same objective. If you have ever gazed into vacant space with an empty mind, devoid of any mental formations, then you may have noticed that the mind begins to dissolve and the inner awareness crystallizes on a bindu or a point in that empty space, which is the void or shunya. In the practice of chidaksha dharana, chit akasha, okay, chidakasha dharana, when you gaze into the empty space behind the forehead, suddenly a point of light or bindu appears. When you see that, you are having a glimpse of your consciousness crystallizing at one point. As this experience deepens, the light becomes brighter and engulfs you, so that you may even experience yourself as light. When the poet Saint Mirabai sang devotional songs, she would transcend her body, which glowed with light for all to see. This is no ordinary light, like that which lights up your room. It is the light of the soul, which is effulgent and complete in itself. It is luminous, all pervading, and unbroken. It is not confined to one point, but spreads equally in all directions at the same time. Sometimes, while gazing into the vacant space instead of light, a thought or idea may gain momentum so that your awareness turns towards it. This may be any thought, but in order to crystallize your consciousness on it, that thought should remain constant and unbroken. That is the only precondition that Vigyan Bhairav Tantra gives for crystallization of consciousness. However, because of that requirement, it can be understood that dharana is the key for any progress in this direction, because unbroken and constant awareness of one object or idea to the exclusion of all else can only be attained through one pointed concentration. I have memory capacity of a hamster. Sorry, the blue, then red, then gold eye. It will happen to you too when you practice. I see. Bhavana, a concept for dharana. Another concept utilized in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra as a focus for dharana is bhavana. In Bengali, we call it bhavna. So many words, these are not used in Hindi, I guess, right? We use these words in colloquial day to day Bengali. This is insane. Bhavna chinta. Another concept utilized in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra as a focus for dharana is bhavna, which means innermost feeling. The most intrinsic part of our nature, the most intrinsic part of our nature gives rise to bhavna, and no person on earth is devoid of it. This feeling is a very powerful substance as it rules our emotions, which influence each and every experience in our lives. If this force can be harnessed through dharana and channeled towards the path of enlightenment, it will bring us very close to that ultimate experience. Furthermore, Vigyan Bhairav Tantra reveals that not only can the positive emotions be utilized for this purpose, but the negative as well, because all emotions are forms of energy, or Shakti. Emotions, thoughts, feelings, inner turmoil, and mental agitation are the forms of bhavana utilized in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra to explode the higher awareness within. In Gujarati, we use bhavna. I see. सिर्फ हिंदी को क्या हो गया है? Now the question arises, who is eligible to practice dharana? Classically, if you analyze the depth of the practice and its consequences, it stands to reason that dharana is for one who has already made some headway in curbing and controlling the mental fluctuations, or chitta vrittis. Okay? Classically, if you analyze the depth of the practice and its consequences, it stands to reason that dharana is for one who has already made some headway in curbing and controlling the mental fluctuations, or chitta vrittis, as they are responsible for the entire spectrum of behavior, personalities, desires, ambitions, wants, and needs. One who can manage them without being compelled by them, one who can manage them without being compelled by them is ready for the practice of dharana. But for most people, that may never happen. So, one begins the practice in a guided and controlled manner, allowing the consciousness to gradually focus and crystallize. Each time the mental fluctuations draw the consciousness away from the object of focus, one again brings it back. In this way, through repeated practice and mental fluctuations, in this way, through repeated practice, the mental fluctuations will gradually become less and less forceful, and in time, they will diminish. In the classical system of Raja Yoga, only a person who has mastered pratyahara, or withdrawal of the awareness from outer sense perceptions, is considered to be ready for dharana. However, Tantra allows every individual to dive into this practice by indicating how the base emotions and instincts can be transformed and guided towards enlightenment. The energy is the same, says Tantra. It is up to you whether you want to direct it towards the sensory perceptions that lead to enjoyment, or towards the extrasensory perceptions that lead to enlightenment. Ah, what a great sentence. I need to mark this. The energy is the same, says Tantra. It is up to you whether you want to direct it towards the sensory perceptions that lead to enjoyment, or towards the extrasensory perceptions that lead to enlightenment. Kind of like what we are doing on a Saturday night. Instead of partying and doing more conventionally fun things, we are learning this. Dishani is saying, I love the Mirabai example. It brings together devotional bhakti, dualism of the god and the devotee, and yoga, self realization of monism. Yeah. Bhavna is thoughts or feeling in Hindi. Yeah, it is used as a name and stuff, but in colloquially language में तो कोई use नहीं करता है, सोच use करता है. कोई नहीं बोलता कि आपका भावना क्या है, या फिर क्या, या कैसा भावना चल रहा है, ऐसा कोई सेंटेंस नहीं कंस्ट्रक्ट किया जाता है आज के दिन में. Tantra is a science that does not exclude any individual from the possibility of experiencing higher awareness, and has also shown the way whereby we can start this ascent of awareness. At the same time, in order to have profound inner experiences, the sadhaka must be of a high caliber and have an awakened kundalini. Some people are born with an awakened kundalini due to their attainments in previous lives. Others may have this awakening through a personal effort and the divine grace of Guru. It is these persons who are ready for the practice of dharana. If the process of dharana is achieved effortlessly and you are able to exclude everything except the point you have chosen for concentration, even for a short time, then you are ready for the higher practices of dharana and dhyana. What is dharana? Basis of inner conceptualization. If you think about it, dharana is simply a process where you create a thought, feeling, or image within you. Okay, this is the exact Bengali use of the word dharana. Okay, in Bengali we use it. কি ধারণা তোমার এই টপিকে? What dharana do you have about this topic? What is your opinion on it? That is the exact way we use this word. You imagine a light, a Shivalingam, Rama, Krishna, Christ, or any of nature's attributes, and simultaneously generate a feeling of faith and devotion towards it. Faith is the basis of inner conceptualization, and without faith, dharana is incomplete and difficult to master. Faith is the stuff which nourishes and unfolds the experience of dharana. Without faith, our practice will falter because faith is that quality which creates an experience. Faith is different to dogma or belief. Faith is not dogma and not belief. It is alive, vibrant, and experiential. Faith has the power to transform like nothing else can. To develop faith, it is not necessary to search outside. Faith arises from within. We are all born with this quality, but it has not developed in us as the intellect has due to our education and training. The power of faith is revealed through the practice of dharana and creates a strong basis for the mind in the process of inner conceptualization. खुद का conceptualization. Through faith, the scattered and dissipated mental energy is focused and crystallized at one point. This brings enormous clarity of perception and enables you to conceptualize whatever you focus the mind on and create it within. The same object which is seen outside can be seen inside with the same clarity as if it were as real as the object outside. Once this has been mastered and that object alone remains in that awareness, the ego begins to dissolve. The hamkara. At this point, the awareness merges with the object. You and the object become one. This leads to the state of dhyana or inner illumination. Uh, Bhavna is thoughts for feelings in Hindi. Yeah. My understanding of why the some Sanskrit lingo is more prevalent in Bangla, Sanskrit lingo is due to the scale of poem style in literature. Bhav then or bhav rakhna is one phrase used. Abhav is also used, but you're right, there is no verb for it. Yeah. How to choose the object for dharana? There are hundreds and thousands of symbols, mantras, objects, and ideas to choose from, but there are two important points to consider first. The first is that the object should be actually Ninar, since Bhavna is a common non-Bengali name. It's not even a common Bengali name. Okay, no Bengali names their kid Bhavna, but Bhavna is a common non-Bengali name, but it's not used in a sentence colloquially, which tells you it used to be there. It got away. It got kicked out from the Shuddh Hindi language sometime in the medieval era. There are hundreds and thousands of symbols, mantras, objects, and ideas to choose from. But there are two important points to consider first. The first is that the object should be one which you are naturally drawn to, and the second, that you should be able to conceptualize it easily. In terms of human evolution, no two people are the same. What one can conceptualize easily may be difficult for another. For instance, there are people who cannot conceptualize an abstract thought or idea and need something more tangible, while others cannot conceptualize an objective form and find it easier to focus on an abstract idea like a formless and nameless God. Okay, now we are getting into basically the conversation between idol worship versus the Brahmo Samaj ideas as well. In that sense, Tantra is no different from Vedanta, but Tantra takes into account that most people cannot conceptualize formless void or emptiness. For this reason, the concept of symbol was introduced because one must start somewhere. It is necessary to direct the awareness voluntarily rather than allowing it to move involuntarily. At present, the mind is scattered, dissipated, and lacks direction. This is why the thoughts, actions, speech, and emotions, the four facets of personality, okay? Thoughts, actions, speech, and emotion. Four facets of personality that constitute the external self are always in disharmony. To harmonize them, it is essential that the awareness should be focused and streamlined as well as ready and balanced. It should not be erratic and whimsical. Regarding the concept of symbol and its necessity in dharana, the point in question is not whether the ultimate form, ultimate reality, or God should be perceived as formless or with form. The question is, what is a person to do if he cannot conceive of formlessness? Is he to give up the idea of evolving his consciousness, or is there another way for him? In the first shlokas of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Shiva says that form is only an aid for the aspirant. It is not the supreme consciousness or ultimate reality which he has set out to perceive, but it is a necessary and invaluable aid all the same. In fact, aspirants should not fall into the trap of trying to establish whether form or formlessness is the ultimate. One should ignore this point altogether and instead make intense efforts to focus the awareness and direct it to the higher centers in the physical body. Even if one is able to establish whether form or formlessness is true, it will only be a logical exercise borrowed from books or other persons. After achieving dharana, one will know the answer and will not need to ask anyone because his own experience will guide him. I like how the casual language, how casually it is written, right? It absolutely seems like a normal person is talking to you, isn't it? That is why the live stream is going so smooth. Not many people can write like this. It's not written like a book, it's written like a conversation. Incredible. And think of it, it's written in 2013 and the woman is born in 2000 in 1953. So it was basically a very old lady writing it. Even then she has this casual young person talking kind of a vibe. Beautiful work. Dishani is saying very important, tantra's use of syllables, images, etc. Yeah, not a religious affair. For perfection in sadhana, you must give greater attention to the practice of dharana. The subject of God plays no part in this process. Whether you believe in God or not, whether your God is tall or short, fair or dark, male or female, with form or formless, these factors are not at all important for the practice of dharana. When you learn to drive a car, it is not important to know its maker. It is not important how Mr. Ford of Ford Motors acts. For you to drive your car successfully, you need to know about its parts, the clutch, brake, accelerator, and how they work. This woman is a genius, basically. In the same way, you need not worry about the creator of consciousness during meditation. You simply have to know the nature and behavior of consciousness so that you can direct it for self knowledge and enlightenment. Okay, Maximus is saying, বেগুনি বানাতে বেগুন বাসন নুন তেল সবটাই লাগে. So that you can direct it for self knowledge and enlightenment. In the entire text of Yoga Sutras, which deals with the science of the mind, the sage Patanjali does not even talk about God. Similarly, in Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, the emphasis is on practical methods to focus the mind and not on any form or philosophy of God. For training the mind and awareness, it does not matter whether you believe in God or not. You may deny God, but you cannot deny the mind, Chetana, or awareness. The mind and not God is the subject matter of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra and all the texts on Tantra and Yoga. Wow, I had no idea. This is why the symbol for dharana can be anything. It does not have to be drawn from religious iconography. Of course, it is true that certain symbols are more potent catalysts for focusing the awareness, as they have been taken from the collective unconscious and correspond with the archetypes present in man. Yeah, fair enough. But still, you may choose any symbol that the mind is spontaneously drawn to and it will be effective. Beautiful. Ideally, however, the symbol is chosen according to the psychic temperament and inclination of the aspirant, swabhava, and it is always recommended that it be received from an enlightened person or one who is an expert in this science. However, once the symbol is decided, it should not be changed, as this may destabilize the inner consciousness and cause imbalance. Atmachintan, or reflective thinking, elevates the awareness because this too is a form of dharana that is practiced in Jnana Yoga. To give philosophical attention to something is also dharana. The greatest discoveries of mankind have been possible only through this means. Apples fall from trees every day, but only Newton could derive the law of gravity when he saw this because he could give philosophical attention to that event. You bathe in the tub every day, but unlike Archimedes, you could not discover the principle of buoyancy. Okay, now she's trolling us, guys. Can you imagine how focused the awareness must have been of the man who gave electricity to the world? This is the quality of awareness which dharana develops. Any great artist, musician, mathematician, scientist, businessman, sportsman, politician, statesman, siddha, or saint attains perfection in their field only because they are adept in dharana. Great achievements would not be possible unless they were able to focus the awareness on their chosen field. Without concentration and focus of mind, it is not possible to accomplish even the day to day tasks. How then could the great task of enlightenment be accomplished without a steady and sustained concentration? It does not matter what your religious, social, or political beliefs are. It does not matter what country you belong to or whether you are male or female, young or old, literate or illiterate. It does not even matter if you are good or bad, important or insignificant. The practice of dharana is useful for all, irrespective of their station in life. Whatever success one may have, whether material, emotional, professional, or spiritual, depends on the ability to concentrate the mind on the task at hand. This system of mental training, as described in Tantra and Yoga, is not a religious doctrine. It is the science of today, although it was revealed long ago by the rishis and munis. Can you imagine the level of evolution that society had attained, where men and women described the workings of the human body, mind, and consciousness with such amazing clarity and precision? Yoga and Tantra are not religious, says Swami Satyasangananda. They are sciences which influence all the dimensions of man: physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual. They contain highly evolved system of inner knowledge and practices which are so powerful and pertinent to our needs. They can resolve all the problems we face today, whether they be related to physical disease, mental stress, depression, emotional imbalance, lack of confidence, and many other maladies we are subject to, while simultaneously activating the evolution of consciousness. The analogies just keep on impressing them. Damn, yes. Have you ever compared the behavior of an agitated and restless mind with that of a mind that is focused and concentrated? Try to imagine a pendulum swinging wildly left and right and then gradually settling down at the center with no movement at all. While the pendulum is moving, there is intense activity, just as the agitated and restless mind is in constant motion. When the pendulum stops, when the pendulum stops moving, there is stillness, just as the quiet mind experiences emptiness, void, or shunya. That state of emptiness and stillness is known as turiya, where transcendental knowledge pours in and illumination occurs. Okay, if you all have seen the interview of any senior Brazilian Jiu Jitsu athlete, fighter, or Brazilian Jiu Jitsu coach, you will know what they're talking about. Brazilian Jiu Jitsu involves a lot of yoga, okay? They don't actually call it yoga, they call it animal flow and stuff, but it basically has the workouts of yoga. And remember that Brazilian Jiu Jitsu has involved local Brazilian martial arts with the Japanese Jiu Jitsu. जापानीज जुजित्सु कहां से आया है? महाभारत में नाम है युयुत्सु, एक राजा का, who was the god of war. Okay, so we have a connection with Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and there also there is this, all these ideas are there about calming down the mind, etc., but through combat and physical activity and good breathing. So you will always notice that the Brazilian jiu-jitsu coach or athlete speaks like this. Okay, they will speak like, have you ever compared the behavior of an agitated and restless mind? They always talk like this. You have to turn up the full volume, otherwise you can't hear their podcast. Okay, but if you meet them on the streets and you attack them, you are dead. That's how they're at peace with their capabilities. That's insane. But okay, let's see. Ford and all to Khaja. Haven't seen this in a while. Okay, he's liking emojis. But I see why one would feel the need for contemporary examples. Yes. My namesake uncle's daughter's name is Turiya. Yeah, what I was going to say is this concept of Turiya, Turjo Bangla in the Bengali pronunciation. In Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, there is the white belt for the beginner, then there is a blue belt, then there's a purple belt, then there's a brown belt, then there's a black belt, which is there in all martial arts. The black belt you get after about at least 8 to 10 years of rigorous training. It's not like karate कि 2 साल बाद एक 14 साल के बच्चे को दे दिया black belt, जाओ घूमो. But in black belt there is something called a coral belt. Okay, it's a red color belt, which I think up to date only 9 to 10 people have gotten, because there you have to know Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the combat, as well as embody the teachings of the philosophy of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in your life to the fullest, and you will be judged on that, and you will be given a coral belt on the basis of that. This is kind of like that situation. Dharana is important. not only because it brings about this experience, but also because it prepares the aspirant to receive it. Although the transcendental experience takes place beyond the body, its effects are felt on the body in a very acute way. The different organs of the body are affected by this experience as it filters down to every level. The practice of dharana, therefore, affects all the levels of our being: physical, mental, emotional, psychic, as well as spiritual. It removes the blocks and obstacles from every level so that the experience of Turiya, unconscious, can unfold. On account of this, because of this, we also derive a feeling of well being, dynamism, confidence, and immense power within from the practice. Do you see exactly what I was describing about Brazilian Jiu Jitsu? Lol, even I got brown belt in karate as a kid. Yeah, karate is basically a corrupt sport at this point. It's a dance form. See, Chinese invented karate, right? Karate kung fu. Have you ever seen a Chinese soldier using karate in their combat? It's only for movies only. They have their own separate martial arts for their military personnel. It's called sanda. Within from the practice. So we can say that dharana is very important for our spiritual evolution as well as total well-being. In this sense, the practice of dharana can be understood as a form of physical and mental therapy as well. Dharana has already been applied successfully in Australia and America for the treatment of life threatening diseases such as cancer and AIDS. These patients were asked to focus their awareness through a process of visualization on the diseased cells being destroyed and replaced by healthy cells, in much the same way as one army destroys and takes over another. Dharana is a therapy at the mental level also, as it harnesses, focuses, energizes, directs, and ultimately liberates the mind. Swami Satyananda has said that we should always befriend the mind. This means that the mind should never be opposed or suppressed. Of course, we may wonder how on earth it would be possible to live in a society without opposing the mind, which can suggest anything. For instance, if a thought comes to injure someone through harsh words or actions, should we suppress it or express it? Swami Satyananda says we should do neither. Instead, we should learn to harness the mind through dharana. Through this practice, the mind is directed away from negativity towards positive experiences and expression. Is this not a therapy for the mind? The agony that the mind faces due to negative ideas is dispelled without confrontation, suppression, or expression. Today, we talk of harmony, brotherhood, and peace, but these positive expressions are only possible if the mind is transformed. The negative qualities of the mind cause separation, sorrow, and affliction. There is no feeling of unity. Each individual feels himself to be separate from another. Through dharana, the mind overcomes these barriers which divide man from man. This gives us a new outlook and view of things which is more balanced and allows us to be more harmonized within our environment and within ourselves. Karate is Japanese. Is it now? तो जापान ने कराटे कब बनाया? उसका तो खुद का जुजित्सु था ऑलरेडी. So kung fu is Chinese, of course, but the local teachers in India who teach, don't they teach kung fu and karate in the same way? Their war. Okay, katas किस में है? Katas kung fu में है कि karate में है? It's when the dreamer observes himself watching the dream. Yes. So Kyokushin, yeah, Kyokushin karate. The Chinese army doesn't use it. चेक आउट देयर फाइट्स विथ इंडियन आर्मी. वहां पे ऐसे ऐसे रास्ते का धक्का जैसा लड़ाई हो रहा है. कहाँ वहां हैया हैया ऐसा कर रहा है. वो सिर्फ ब्रूसली के मूवीज के लिए है. दिस काटा इज इन कराटे ओनली. ओके, एंड दैट इज जापानीज. ओके, उसके बाद शायद जापानीज ने इवॉल्व करके जुजित्सु बनाया होगा, बट एक्चुअली जापानीज जुजित्सु जो है वो भी सामुराई जग जैसा ही, वो भी आज के दिन में रियल लाइफ एप्लीकेशन ज्यादा नहीं है उसका. वो फिटनेस के लिए ठीक है, इवन कराटे फिटनेस के लिए ठीक है. अगर कोई पूरा दिन घर में बैठा है, इट्स स्टिल बेटर टू गो आउट एंड डू सम हैया हैया. मैं बात कर रहा हूँ कि एक्चुअल किसी को मारने में काम आएगा कि नहीं, उसमें ना आज का जापान का जुजित्सु काम आएगा, ना कराटे कुंफू कभी काम आया था. उसमें ब्राजीलियन जुजित्सु इज ट्रूली अ मार्शल आर्ट. Shitoryu. Kata is in karate, yeah. Today, so transformation of the genetic structure. The major diseases rampant in the world today are caused by genetic defects, which are inherited from the parents, not by virus and bacteria. These defects are deeply encoded in the DNA, and no medicine can correct them. medical science has found no cure for many metabolic diseases, such as diabetes, arthritis, multiple sclerosis, heart failure, cancer, and AIDS. At best, it can provide temporary relief, but no permanent solution. However, genetic defects can be influenced, altered, and corrected by a thought, idea, feeling, or emotion. A deep feeling can alter the genetic structure in a way that no medicine can. This is why the practices of dharana are invaluable to mankind, for dharana can be effective where medicine has failed. This was realized a long time ago by the Tantric and Vedic seers, who completely altered the structure of their DNA by utilizing these very same practices of dharana and dhyana. This is a very important point for the welfare of mankind because in this lies the root of our problems. People the world over are suffering on account of diseases and disharmony. Despite the advancements of modern science, no answers have been found. It is time now to look within for the answer. We have the power to correct all of our genetic and metabolic defects. It is just that no one has ever taught us how to access it. This power is revealed through the practice of dharana. Therefore, dharana is important not only for spiritual experience but also for our day to day life so that we can be healthy, happy, and balanced individuals. Through the process of dharana, a complete transformation of the genetic structure takes place in order to convert the mundane and gross awareness into spiritual awareness. The only difference is that this transformation takes place in a far more refined dimension than the physical. As dharana is perfected, the genetic structure, which was previously influenced at the physical level, comes under the influence of the practice at the pranic, mental, intuitive, and spiritual levels as well. Thus, the entire being is transformed by the practice, and one may even become a totally different person. In living memory, we have such examples such as Ramakrishna Paramahansa, Swami Vivekananda, Swami Sivananda, Swami Satyananda, Anandamayi, and Sai Baba of Shirdi. In Vedic history also, we have the splendid examples of numerous rishis and munis who developed great physical, mental, intuitive, and spiritual prowess through the mastery of dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. I will take your leave today. Thank you for the experience. Goodbye, good night, Dishani. Harsha is saying, oh, Harsha abhi bhi hai yahan pe. I prefer Mumtaz Kaka Chichi over Chinese Haya Haya. Oh, acha. uh, China has Kung Fu, which is a watered down version of Payattu. Yes, even Kalari Payattu is a dance form basically. Kalari Payattu में ये जो हवा में उड़ना उड़ना stick लेके real life मारपीट में कब काम आएगा वो? Kalari Payattu may have been a real martial art at some point. It was all boiled down to be just a cool choreographed dance form during the colonization eras. And Kung Fu, but my point is China has their own actual martial art which is actually used for beating people up, which is called sanda. So why have they pushed the kung fu? It's just for promotional purposes and because Bruce Lee is such a style icon. Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, etc. Donnie Yen actually knows is famous for kung fu movies, right? But he's actually a brown belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. So he's one actual action hero who might actually beat you up or kill you. Then Chuck Norris, he's actually a black belt in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Why martial arts? We will use sticks to beat people. I don't know. Maybe see, you can actually beat people up with sticks, but not with the way Kalari Payattu is taught. That's too nice. See, anytime any martial art that looks nice, remember this. If it looks nice, it's not going to be effective. Real martial arts, real fights are pretty boring to watch. If you see a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu match, it's pretty boring to watch. If you watch wrestling, even it's only interesting to watch because it's a 3 minute sport, okay, and that too it's not very mainstream. It's not popular because it's not fun to watch. WWE is fun to watch. Kung Fu is fun to watch. Kalari Payattu is beautiful to watch. Okay, because they are not ineffective. Because they are ineffective. Because they are nice dance forms. They are not actual beating up. I think Rajputs might have actual martial arts which kills. Not anymore. We also have a counterpart of Sanda called Haryana. Okay. From the dawn of civilization, it was noticed that some people were born with special abilities which were considered to be supernatural powers. Some could see into the future and predict events, others could heal or influence nature. A deep study of such persons revealed that, in fact, they had an altered state of consciousness. Thus, man's inner guest began, and with that, the birth of Tantra took place. We should not equate Tantra with religion because Tantra is very ancient and predates all the known religions of the world. Tantra is an all encompassing evolutionary science which comprises the different ways that man has developed down through the ages to experience altered states of consciousness. Within the science of Tantra, different states of consciousness have been explicitly defined and mapped, along with definite ways to experience those states. Moreover, the indications or manifestations that arise as a consequence of those altered states have also been elucidated in a great detail. This is why the science of Tantra is so unique and valuable for the evolution of mankind. Nihang Sikhs have their martial games. I have seen some of that. It's some of that involves that flying around. Okay, वो जहाँ पे भी उड़ रहा है और अच्छा दिख रहा है वो actual काम नहीं आएगा. But they do have some real fighting skills as well. But that's not because of the flying around thing. That flying around thing is for beauty, for just audiences and for their general fitness, etc. It takes huge fitness to all the sports I was talking down about. Okay, I'm not disrespecting them in terms of fitness. I'm saying they're not effective as a real fighting skill. This is why the science of Tantra is so unique and valuable for the evolution of mankind. In modern psychology, we learn of three states of consciousness: walking, dreaming, and sleeping, or Jagrat, Swapna, or Sushupti. But Tantra speaks of a fourth state of consciousness known as Turiya, which is experienced when the consciousness is trained to look inwards rather than outwards and is focused on the higher centers in the body. However, within these four states, there are many more intermediate states that the consciousness passes through on its journey from the outer to the inner dimensions. Dharana is the bridge which makes it possible to cross over from the external to the internal reality without any mishaps. If the psychologists and religious teachers of today understood the purpose and significance of concentration on a symbol, then this important tool would be accepted and utilized for man's inner development. A symbol is a crutch or aid which is used until the consciousness can walk on its own without any support along the unknown and mysterious inner path. Without the help of a symbol to keep the mind focused, it is possible for the consciousness to enter the twilight zone unguided, leading to a complete disorientation with the surroundings and perhaps even to madness. You may enter an inner dimension from which the consciousness is unable to disentangle itself and return to the normal conscious state. In this case, you could become a totally different person, not recognizing your surroundings or the people intimately known to you. Even the experience of inner realization can be completely disorienting for the aspirant who has not mastered the art of going deep within and then returning to the symbol. There are many realized beings who have no control over their external functions. They require someone to feed and clothe them and direct their physical movements because they remain immersed in a trance like state, unaware of the body and its needs. In the second chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna explains to Arjuna that a realized being is one who is established in the sthita pragya or stabilized consciousness. Arjuna then asks him how a man who has attained sthita pragya looks, behaves, acts, thinks, and speaks. Krishna replies that there is total uniformity in his personality. His actions, thoughts, words, and feelings express total equipoise, and there is no conflict between their outer and inner expression. In other words, he is in total control over all the activities of his life and personality. There is no aberration in thought, speech, action, or behavior. This stabilized state can be attained by following certain rules regarding the training of the mind, and one should not be in a hurry to achieve realization without fulfilling them. One does not dive into the deep end of a swimming pool without knowing how to swim. Rather, a rubber float is used as an aid until one can swim safely to the other side. राइस बैग्स का भी मार्शल आर्ट्स है क्या? या उनका उनका मार्शल आर्ट है रिजर्वेशन. These three states are exactly what Ajatashatru spoke of, but he missed Turiya in his description. I remembered a video where these Nihang Sikhs were beaten by rice bags. Suppose you are feeling extremely happy, so happy that you are bursting with joy and bliss. Perhaps this euphoria is too great to contain and it spills over into your behavior? Would you not appear a bit strange and perhaps abnormal to others at that time? If this happens were to continue, if this happiness were to continue until you could stabilize your external behavior despite your inner experience of overwhelming happiness, your day to day life would be disturbed. You could even find yourself in the loony bin, as others may think you have gone insane. The same would apply if you had an overwhelming feeling of depression and could not rebalance your external behavior. The symbol of dharana acts as a catalyst to draw the consciousness back to normality in such cases. Abnormality does occur, and unfortunately, one cannot predict where, when, and how. Therefore, it is better to take precautions which act as an antidote to such conditions. Spiritual literature and art have profusely depicted this abnormality as a type of intoxication, similar to the union of two intimate lovers who have been pining for one another. Do lovers not behave abnormally? They forget to eat, sleep, or converse, and think only of their beloved in much the same way as the individual consciousness pines for union with the cosmic consciousness. The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and also the poem Madhushala by Harivansh Bachchan beautifully describe this intoxication as an intense yearning of the soul. This inner journey reveals many stages of consciousness. Each stage manifests differently and also bestows a different degree of illumination in the form of experiential knowledge. You learn through experience, not through books or words, because you actually feel what is happening to you. The inner experience does not just take place mentally, intellectually, or emotionally. It completely supersedes the body, mind, and physique, and you become that experience. As a result, at that moment, inner knowledge or jnana is born, which not only enlightens but transforms as well. It could transform you into a saint, poet, musician, philosopher, artist, or into a good human being with a touch of excellence, a special quality that will set you apart from others. In actual fact, the process of dharana is natural for us. There are hundreds of tasks in our day to day lives which we accomplish through concentration, whether it is reading, writing, studying, singing, talking, cooking, romancing, watching films, dancing, planning, working, painting, sculpting, acting, or memorizing. Our success, remember, guys, this book is written by a sannyasin, a female sannyasi. Our success in these acts depends largely on how well we are able to focus and channel the mind on whatever we are trying to do. What beautiful writing skills. In this way, the practice of dharana is reflected in our external life, and similarly, our external life reflects on our practice. There are also many emotions or expressions arising in the mind that we can practice dharana on: happiness, sorrow, anxiety, jealousy, passion, lust, restlessness, turmoil, hatred, love, desire, craving, enmity, impatience, irritability, and greed are just some of them. Vigyan Bhairav Tantra prescribes this form of dharana for those who can conceptualize their emotions, feelings, or bhava. For example, when the mind is totally saturated with inner turmoil and you are so obsessed with it that even while talking, eating, sleeping, or any of the hundreds of acts performed daily, this turmoil still lurks somewhere in your mind, that is spontaneous dharana. But it is involuntary and goes on without control or awareness. That very same experience has to be recreated and experienced voluntarily with awareness. When you are successful at focusing your awareness on the turmoil within, at some point, you will find that calmness descends. This calmness need not extend for very long. It could be just for a split second, but in that moment, illumination dawns. Damn, now our pattharbazis have competition. Pattharbaz ke wo helicopter फेंक के मार. They are not pattharbaz competitors, they are Jat the Mukabla. Wait, let me have some water. Thus, Tantra utilizes the very same forces by which we fall to elevate the awareness. This is the speciality of Tantra. It does not ask you to negate your enjoyments or weaknesses. Instead, It provides a way to utilize them to experience the state of Bhairava consciousness. This is a very important revelation, as it means that we do not have to overcome our base nature before we set out on the spiritual journey. We can start the practice of dharana wherever we are and proceed from there. This makes the application of Tantra universal, as it does not exclude any type of person from its practice. There is something for each one of us. An interaction took place in the ashram which illustrates this point. One day, I happened to pass by a French girl and a young Swami who were engaged in a conversation. The girl was a painter and she was seated in the sun under a mango tree, brush in hand, painting with fine strokes. The Swami was keen to impress on her the importance of practicing yoga, to which she answered, quote, "But that is exactly what I am doing." End quote. The Swami said, quote, "No, you are having fun." She said, "Yes, you are absolutely right. I am having fun, but I am also practicing yoga. If you don't believe me, look at this." She held her painting to the sky. He looked up towards it and was simply amazed to see the exact replication of the sky in her painting. The same cloud formations, the gorgeous colors, the exact light, the lone bird, and even the hint of a breeze. The Swami thought to himself, what a good demonstration of a concentrated mind. Such a mind grasps every detail as it is able to focus itself on whatever it chooses. That quality of mind will excel no matter where it is applied, whether it is art, music, science, or even in the transcendental quest. That is purely a matter of choice. But the Swami still had the last word when he told her that despite her excellence, there was a practice called dharana which would be very useful for her to develop greater skills in concentration so that being an artist, she could have a wider range of expression. Brahma Muhurta has passed, yet 10 plus people sitting here listening into the introduction of Tantra. Importance of perseverance. Just that subchapter is beginning. Wait, let me just stand up for 2 seconds, okay? Let me just relax my blood circulation a little from my hips. So many bones got unlocked. Ah. Importance of perseverance. One day, a young English boy came to the ashram to see Swami Satyananda. He had a problem. The moment he closed his eyes, he would see clear and vivid pictures of people, places, and events that he had never encountered in his life and did not recognize. It was as if he had switched on a television set. His main concern was that he did not know how to switch it off because these inner visions were spontaneous and involuntary. In the case of dharana, however, the inner vision must be voluntary, according to the will of the practitioner and the symbol he has chosen, and no other. Whether you start the practice of dharana, many thoughts and visions will draw your awareness in different directions as soon as you sit down and close your eyes. Often you may find that you could not visualize your symbol at all for the entire duration of your session due to these disturbances. When you open your eyes again, you will be surprised that so much time has elapsed as you had become totally immersed in these visions or thoughts. This should not alarm or discourage you. Let it happen. But each time willfully draw your awareness back to the symbol or basis of dharana which you have chosen. Gradually, the visions or thoughts will diminish by themselves, and the vision of the symbol will become clearer and last for a longer duration. The time it takes to accomplish this will differ from person to person. However, you should not abandon the practice. Even if you are unable to attain one pointed awareness of the symbol after long years of training, once your destination is determined, You should not waste energy and willpower worrying about how long it will take to reach it. Have faith that one day you will surely reach the goal if you persist in your efforts. You should also be confident in the symbol you have chosen and not change it, thinking that another symbol may bring quicker results. That is not the case. सब कुछ अखंड भारत 11 o'clock next Friday. अफ्रीका में अखंड भारत. ओके, और कितना पेज बाकी है? ज्यादा बाकी नहीं है. We have read already this much and this much is left. What do you guys say? Should we finish this? Let me just lie back and wait for your consent. There's a big lag, no? Rewiring the brain. The practice of dharana reinforces many channels and pathways in the brain which may not be in use at present, although they existed beforehand. When a car travels over an unused path several times, it creates a track which can then be used by others. In the same way, there are many centers in the brain that are in a state of dormancy, which because they were not connected with the with the other nervous circuits, and you have not created new paths that connect them. Through the repeated practice of dharana on the same symbol, day in and day out, new pathways or grooves are formed which ultimately link one center to another. The moment this happens, an electromagnetic circuit is created in the brain, which is self luminous and lights up whatever there is along the path. In this way, you begin to see many new things during the practice. In the immortal words of Mariol, let's go. Similarly, if the car changes its track, that path will be washed away after some time unless it is deep. In the same way, the grooves or pathways which are reinforced in the brain through the practice of dharana have to become deeply embedded or else they too may fade away. For this reason, the practice of dharana has to be repeated over a long period of time. And then gradually the brain gets rewired due to the electromagnetic circuits created through dharana, and all the parts of the brain become illumined, revealing its full potential, which is a true treasure house of gems. That English boy mentioned previously had somehow got wired up just because he did not have a base for his awareness. He did not know how to manage it. There is a beautiful analogy in the tantric texts which relates this rewiring of the brain with the jata or matted locks of Shiva. Just as the strands of his matted hair are all entwined together, the circuits of the awakened brain are also totally interconnected. But the unawakened brain is like unmatted hair consisting of loose strands. The circuits are all there, but the energy does not flow through them because the channels or grooves which connect them are faded or not yet formed. Repeated practice or abhyasa is the secret for forming these grooves. When you were born, you did not know anything, but gradually you learned and remembered many things, which you do not forget for your entire lifetime. This is because those grooves have been formed, and they remain active due to their constant use. As you grow older, you may discard the repeated use of certain knowledge, and in time that will be forgotten. This happens because the grooves disintegrate due to disuse. At present, the grooves formed in our brain are those of aparavidya, knowledge of the phenomenal or phenomenal, where phenomenons happen, or material world. In order to gain paravidya, we will have to form new grooves or circuits, which will allow the transmission of transcendental knowledge. This is accomplished through the practices of dharana and dhyana, which activate those circuits that are capable of carrying high voltage energy. These practices should be regular and continuous over a period of time in order to strengthen the grooves you have carved out. Otherwise, they may fade, causing short circuits, and your brain may blow a fuse. There are billions of electromagnetic circuits in the brain, and as they are rewired and switched on, they illumine everything on their path from one part of the brain to the other. In this way, many visions and experiences arise. However, you have to remember that these things are just part of the psychic scenery which lies along the way. They are not the ultimate destination. Similarly, when you travel from one place to another, you see many things on the way, but you do not stop until you reach the point you had set out for. Okay, 23 pages left, guys. So let's do it next day, tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Okay, it will take about 1.5 hours, I think. 1 hour, 1.5 hour. We'll do a short live stream, maybe at 9 p.m. Then we will finish this. Or if we do it any day at the raat ka 12 baje, 12 a.m. Then we will do these 23 pages. Then we will discuss some other geopolitics stuff. Okay. So thanks a lot for joining, guys. This was huge, insane, incredible book. Fascinating. Thanks for joining the live stream. And good night to you all. And as usual, listen to my arrangement of the Kali Stotram, and after that, go to sleep. Good night. Thanks for joining.
श्रवरूढं महाभीमं गुणाद्रष्टाङ्गरप्रदं हस्य युक्तं त्रिनेत्रं च कपालकर्णिकाकरां मुक्तकेशीं ललज्जयः पिबन्तीं रुधिरं चतुर्बाहु समायुक्तं वराभयकरं स्मरेत् चतुर्बाहु समायुक्तं वराभयकरं स्मरेत् काली काली महाकाली कालिके पापहारिणी धर्मर्थमोक्षदे देवी नारायणी नमोस्तुते धर्मर्थमोक्षदे